Hello, all of you rolling beans out there, and welcome to the stream. I am Zim, and this is Lost in Chaos RAOW, one of our Pokemon Mystery Dungeon tabletop campaigns, using our custom RAOW system, which is available for public playtest through the Discord. This is Season 1, Episode 3, The Library on the Hill. We shall begin now with our introductions, beginning with our storyteller, Enja.
Hello and good day, everyone. I'll be the storyteller for this session. I play the enemies, I play the allies, I play everything in between. I am the cause of most events, good and bad, that befall the party, but I will be leading into the chaos whenever possible, as long as it's appropriate. Following this, I shall leave it to Chomper.
Hi, I'm Chomper, played by Rex. I'm a region Totodile. I love to bite things. Makes me feel good. And yeah, I just basically want to find out what's going on eventually while having fun with my friends. Tells me not to think about it. Dog's been a good time so far. Chestnuts for the win.
Make sure you specify your typing.
Fire water. And I'll pass it on to who's next. I'm not sure who's actually in the row there.
I think
But,
it's
go
probably
ahead.
me.
That would be
I think it
Pass.
was me. Hello, everybody.
Take it away.
Pass. I am a water type, so I will choose just a regular one, and I'm being played by Raharu. I'm hoping that that's. That's it. Sorry.
All right, over to the mop.
First off, not a mop. Hello, I am ArchineerRob. I shall be playing Scruff, the Swinub, who can already tell that the nicknames are going to keep persisting throughout the game. He shall persist over them, though. I am a Ice Ground type Pokemon, and I shall just be bumbling along and vibing, and occasionally scolding Squirrel. Moving on to... Oh.
Speaking of Squirrel, I am Zim, and I am playing as Squirrel, the dragon fighting type Riolu. The embodiment of ADHD, and currently rushing off to the library for the locksmith to protect his shinies. Off to you, Vane.
Hello, I am Telderis, and I will be playing Vane the Murkrow today. I am a dark flying type, and I will be attempting to wrangle Squirrel and Chomper into not being as chaotic.
All right, and now we're gonna go ahead and do the recap. Any volunteers for that? All right, we're gonna have Scruffy do it.
I had a mouthful of my food.
A generous bestowal.
Whoa! Oh my.
You know things tipped $10. Merchants, huh?
I do things. Thank you so much for that tip. The first tier of the tip goal has been completed. We'll move on to the next one. But thank you so much for supporting the channel. I really appreciate it. Anyways, Rob?
Oh, damn it, Fast Husky. No, my thoughts. I've derailed, I'm sorry. Heck, no, I'm gone. I'm gone, sorry.
All right, Taldarius, take it with the recap.
All right. So, we got to everyone was reunited at Kazza's house, which is made out of stone. Inside, we saw that meat is very plant-like in nature, including some that even looks like a root. And specifically, that a large cut of meat with a bone through it is looking very nostalgic to Chomper, Vane, and Scruff, along with the associated cooking implements. Vane went ahead and hid away the bag of chestnuts on the roof of Kazza's house, nestled next to the chimney. Then Squirrel went off adventuring on the inside of our gracious host's house, leaving behind a pile of cooking ware and finding a book on humans and tailoring/sewing, keeping the book on sewing. Kazza also has multiple colors available inside of their room, and also looks like they have a sibling. Chomper eventually joined Squirrel in his investigation, finding a box underneath the parents' bed, which they promptly opened. Both Chomper and Squirrel failed their integrity rules when opening it, immediately feeling very sleepy. And Chomper gets a wristband on his wrist all of a sudden that is extremely heavy and is making him even more fatigued. At this point, the rest of the party realize that the two of them have disappeared and go off finding them, successfully managing to get the band off eventually and putting the box away. After which we all sat down for a nice meal, where Chomper decides to eat the hottest hot sauce possible, almost needing a medic again from this, and reaches a state of feral nirvana via heating and cooling cycle, after being thrown into a lake to cool him down. Meanwhile, Kazza's dad decided that this was also an amazing idea and did much the same after, being told that if he eats any of it, he has to eat all of it. Then we all get an explanation about what cursed equipment is, and the fact that it will give you some rather severe malices if you don't meet the requirements, as well as things like badges, basic explanations about badges and bags and all that. And there's the Sky the Avali reroll. Thank you, Sky.
Our community grows.
Then we go off on an adventure to try and get some rookie badges from an outpost and afterwards visit a tailor. On the way, after running off in a random direction, Squirrel finds a treasure letter, and then which mentions that betwixt the roots of the most dangerous tree lies the true prize of your quest. Of course, because of that, Squirrel and Chomper immediately rush back to the chestnut tree that originally was the reason that they had to go to a medic. And they get even more chestnuts stuck in them, despite everyone else's attempts to keep them away. Squirrel eventually manages to dig down and find a treasure chest filled with 3 golden bars and a shoulder guard, as well as a note saying that there's more chests around. Scruff accidentally freezes Squirrel after getting drenched by Chomper, and then Kazza just teleports us to the outpost, where there's a pane of force blocking the path forward into what we assume is the dungeon. And a Chairman Marstomp come and greet Kazza. Kazza joins our team to lower his rank, and the team is issued some temporary badges. And we are now known as Team Chaos, and we are now rookie rank. The Silver Dungeon is also a deviant dungeon, and we get a fair payday from the gold bars of 8,000 Poki. We each get our starter bags, and Squirrel goes off, buys some corn, and then we order a couple things from the tailor before splitting up the money that is remaining, and we're heading off towards the library now, because we heard that there is a locksmith, and Squirrel wants to secure his chest.
That was an amazing summary.
Very concise, very informative.
It's almost like I keep detailed notes about this.
Correct.
It's strange how keeping detailed notes about the entire session means that later on I get to recap everything that happens in the session successfully. Funny how that works.
Wonders never cease.
What a gigantic coincidence.
But yeah, there's your recap. We're all caught up.
All right. Well, we'll turn it over to Enja with Squirrel rushing off to what I assume is the correct direction to the library now.
He would be correct. However, I believe some people were also considering going and checking out their temporary housing.
You see, we were, and then Squirrel ran off wanting to go to the library, so we're going to the library now.
Fair
Squirrel
enough.
wants
To the library.
Squirrel wants a new lock for his chest.
Yep. We were going to try to convince him to not run off out of town, and then we have to go back into town. But I think Squirrel is kind of being hyper focused right now. So considering he didn't hear Vane yelling after him.
I rolled to see if he would hear.
Oh no, I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying that's why he wants the banners at this point.
Fair enough. To the library, then. Yes. Approaching the edge of town, it is much easier to see, now that there are not buildings in your way, that the solitary, very large, very out-of-place building that is past the town, and with only hills in your way, is very easy to get your eyes on it and basically make a straight line for it. There even seems to be a dirt path made by the footsteps of the others. Nature's roads. I assume Squirrel is not waiting for the others.
Nope, he is Naruto running right up into the door.
Oh boy.
Yep.
Now, what would be a roll for speed to see who ends up getting left behind?
I would say initiative would work for that.
Initiative is tied to speed.
Fair enough.
Would I get any bonuses because I literally have a faster move speed?
How do you have a faster move speed?
Flying type gives plus 10 movement.
Yes, gain an additional dice then.
Additional dice, cool. If I'm flying in darkness, I actually have 50 move speed.
Wow.
I move fast in darkness, just, you know. Is my... Oop. So, what would be a good expertise for this? Body. Extra dice. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, cool. I just wanted to... and then I take a mouse because I don't... Do I have initiative? No. Wait. Where are all of that blank? That shouldn't be blank. Okay. I am having a funny moment right now, where apparently somehow some of my things got deleted.
Yes, Loberon, these are the sounds of an ender crow searching through the 5 notebooks he's already filled.
I know, right? All right, I do have initiative. It just decided to delete it from my list. Okay. There we go. Pranked. Okay, 3.
Also, is anyone else trying to catch up to Squirrel, or is it just Vin?
Yeah, I'm about to say, like, why
Oh,
am I
yeah,
the only
but-
one talking here?
You were the one puzzling over what to roll, so we all decided to like wait on you.
Oh, okay. Well,
What
yeah,
did you
guys
choose
can-
in the end?
I just decided to go with adventure because I couldn't think of a way to make the others work. At
Yeah,
least
yeah.
Adventure.
So
It's
yeah,
well.
I did body, adventure, initiative. Thus was my list.
Body
Yeah,
adventure.
guess I'll do the same
initiative.
thing.
Roll, initiative, insight.
Well, I got a 1.
Wait, out of body, adventure, and initiative, do you only have 1 die?
Yes.
Remember, if you
Okay,
don't
then.
have a skill, you get a -1.
Okay, then I have 0 dice. Never mind.
Well, no, you
then.
always get to
Oh,
roll.
God.
I rolled a 3.
Yeah, you have
I
a
rolled a
minimum
2.
of 1 die, no matter what.
Okay, good.
But this would be
Alright.
an attribute plus an expertise plus the skill.
Well, most of the party can pretty handily keep up with Squirrel, actually. Kaz is having a
impressed.
hard time, though. Unless Squirrel, you'd like to also roll to see just how fast you're actually going.
I will roll, just give me 1 sec.
Understood.
I imagine with following Squirrel around all the time would actually give me some kind of initiative to keep up with him.
Wait, who just did the... Why did I hear Diablo 2 coin drop? What?
What?
It's in your head, going crazy.
No, I mean, I swear to God, I heard the Diablo 2 coin drop sound. Why did I hear the Diablo 2 coin drop sound? I played, like, so much Diablo 2.
Do you smell toast?
No.
Maybe someone's screwing with you.
Who the fuck
Maybe
played
someone
the
has a
Diablo
sound
2?
Go on.
Okay, so
I feel
that
like
is
Zim knows something.
that is the sound effect for the shinies card.
I wasn't crazy.
So, Squirrel's gonna be distracted by a shiny.
Alright, you succeed. Please take
Ooh, shiny.
of
Aha. Fair enough.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that to hit this early, but
It's a
it looks
special
like
kind of-
the door. And the
it looks
next
like
door
everybody's gonna be running
involves,
right past Squirrel as he just suddenly stops and veers off to the side for whatever shiny you decide to put in front of him.
And then
Could I, like, considering I am flying, like, overhead a bit, could I roll to, like, try to, like, see that Squirrel has, successfully gotten distracted?
Considering that everyone is following after Squirrel more so than the library, I don't think you really need to.
Alright.
I like to think that the sudden stop suddenly gives Paz the advantage because they were lagging behind. Like we all overshoot him.
I was about to say
I'm-
that.
I'm worried I'm going to run into him.
Now, I wonder what shiny thing has distracted Squirrel. Let's find out.
don't
Well,
touch
like
the
I
door.
did send you, with this particular card, it can be something of low value or high value if you want to give that. Just be aware that whatever it is probably will not be parted with by a Squirrel. But generally, gem, pokey, or something else.
Okay. Aha! A hand mirror. Or rather, a palm mirror. It's not very large, and it's more like a reflective surface, probably about 3 to 4 inches, surrounded in what seems to be a thin plastic to sort of act as a protector.
Squirrel is investigating. Squirrel is looking. Squirrel is taking.
You also no longer see this.
Squirrel does not know what plastic is. But it is shiny, and he sees himself in it.
Yes. In fact, this is the first time that you've seen yourself. Properly, anyway. I mean, like, you can certainly, like, look over yourself, but now you can see your face. You can see your horns. You can see your eyes.
He has just stopped and looking at himself in this. Like, moving it around and just getting a view of all of himself. Like, he just instinctively used his horns before, but he didn't even really register that he even had them. But right now he is reaching up, poking at the horns, poking at his ears, with one hand while the other one's holding the mirror for him to get a good look at it and such.
That one, okay. That moved my entire thing. That's why it's kind of wonky.
So yeah, everybody will probably, you know, they'll be able to see him doing this.
And then there's like...
I think at this point, Vane would definitely be getting curious about like whatever Squirrel is stopping for, and would probably start like what's going on.
I'd imagine Chomper would do the same. Honestly, I'd see Chomper just literally walking and be like, "Hey, what is the just being enamored, just like staring too. I have a skull on my face." That kind of thing.
Look out! I'm trapped inside a box! Wait, no I'm not. There's an imposter! There's an imposter!
Scruff just wobbles up and can't see because he's at ground level.
What are you all looking at? Or something to the effect.
What do you have there, Squirrel?
What are you looking at up there?
I don't know. But I see myself in it. At least I think that's me. It feels like it's me. I don't remember it being like this, but it seems like it's me. Is it me?
That's gotta be a mirror. I don't know. Can't answer that question.
He hits his back against the wall and falls down on all fours. You made your reflex.
Do you see me in it? And he's holding out the mirror in front of Paz.
Paz looks as himself, and he realizes that this is the first time that he has actually seen his own face. He's trying to poke at himself and look himself over. Whoa, what the? So that's how I look like?
Wait, so it shows you, not me? Huh.
It shows whoever is in front of it.
It showed me a second ago. I think it shows me. Or all of us. Wait, you? Huh?
That's how mirrors work, my guys.
So real quick, do we actually know what mirrors are, Enja?
Yeah. Question.
Well, let's see. Mirrors are enough of a general knowledge because they were so deeply ingrained. It might take a moment, but like, you remember that sometimes when you look into deep water that's not very murky, you would see a reflection, so you know what a reflection is. The mirror, or the name, a mirror, would come to you a little later. but it does click after a bit.
I think the important part that Digi said, like, in previous session, was that we wouldn't know why it works the way it does.
Mm-hmm.
So I think
I'm taking a lot of build up.
Signifier that just work the way they do.
So I wouldn't know that it's called a mirror, but I would know what it does. Is that what you're saying?
You would know what it's doing. You know that this is a reflection, but you're not sure. But you don't remember that this is a mirror.
Okay. Okay, so I gotta retract my statements then. Passage Day is going to say, yeah, I think this is showing whoever is in front of it.
Really? Like a reflection? I was too busy dying in the water to actually look at that. I could have probably... Hey, can I look at this again? I am actually very interested in looking at this now.
Squirrel will hold it out in front of Chomper, but he refuses to let go of it.
Chomper is content with this. They're just basically looking at it, gawking, poking at their eye, chomping at the air. Looking pretty happy.
Also, I apologize, I'll be right back again, but carry on.
Mm-hmm.
Squirrel will be letting each person see themselves in it right now.
Chomper is literally just being a goof, standing in front of it on one foot, falling over, getting back up, just literally actually just looking at themselves for the first time and wondering how the heck this is like a thing and how cool it is. So they have that added body kind of like, I know I'm not in the body I was before, but whatever I'm in right now I'm cool with, and it's fucking awesome. So there's literally, also they're taking a gander at their headphones as well, which it's like they're basically seeing how it looks on them. And they're also questioning how they can hear, even though it doesn't look like they have ears.
When Paz sees himself in the mirror, he doesn't know what to think about what his appearance is like. Besides his tie, he's kind of weirded out, but not disgusted. It's something that he has to get used to.
I think the only important thing that Vane would really check out what he actually looks like when he puts on his goggles, because that's something that he can't exactly see up.
Scruff would look into his reflection and feel an odd sense of not much has changed, and then looks down at himself like, really? I know I wasn't at ground level before.
See. Now you can see why we call you Mop. You're very fluffy.
Well, I get that. But I wasn't at ground level before. I remember being... I think I know. I'm sure I was taller. I'm sure I was bigger.
Kazza leans forward. Oh, a mirror. I wonder who left it. It's very clear.
I don't really think that the Squirrel's going to be giving it up anytime soon, though. So
it is glued to his hand.
Well,
it be shiny. Of course, it's glued.
Let's say it's very shiny. And that's all that Squirrel really needs. So.
We're not in the dungeon. Finders keepers on this one.
Wait, why is not being in the dungeon the signifier there? That's exactly how the dungeon works.
I think in the dungeon we will share it, but outside the dungeon, finders keepers.
Oh, that was your point. I thought you meant,
My rock picks up a rock, runs away. Starts chewing on rock idly.
I am not having my hopes up for whatever our first mission is going to be whenever we start.
Don't worry, I'll just keep a bag of rocks with me or something. I don't know.
That might be a good idea.
Chomper, do you actually, like, taste the rock? Or do you just...
Yeah, sometimes it's salty.
I don't think you should eat the rocks.
Why not?
Because they're rocks. They're not edible.
Yeah, keeps my teeth sharp.
Oh, yeah, well, look, you can chomp on them, just don't eat them.
Yeah, just gnaw on them. Don't actually ingest them.
I'm back to stay now.
Do you like having to throw up fire all the time then? Don't eat the rock.
I feel like I'm okay when I do. Maybe it's the fire?
I am just waiting for when we encounter a rock type and see what Chomper is going to do to it.
Upon meeting our
sure it'll be
first
fine.
Geodude, immediate crimes against Pokekind are committed.
Oh, God.
Don't mind my laughter, I'm just having fun.
I know you are.
Yeah, I do guess it would be a mirror. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I mean, that's what
Gotta
Kazza
be.
said, and it's really...
It's good, you can find any shinies. Yeah, bro.
Like,
Idly
Squirrel.
still chewing.
Squirrel is still looking at himself in the mirror before he goes to put it into the chest and is like, lock! And rushes off to the library again.
I was about to say now that we have the shiny thing, we could continue on, but well, it looks like he started without us again.
Off he goes.
I'm gonna be behind, still chewing
you
rock,
go.
but following everyone else.
Alright, well,
Let's go.
I guess we'll follow after him again.
We're apparently a team, so we need
Aye,
to make sure
off we
he doesn't
go.
get... We're apparently a team, so we need to make sure he doesn't get in trouble.
All right, let's get going then. As the party resumes their trek to the library. This time, staying a bit more together now that has been able to catch up, and arrive at the very large doors. They seem kind of heavy, but thankfully there's a bell with a rope outside.
Squirrel is trying to open the doors on his own, or at least one of them.
Alright. These doors seem different than the ones that you would see in the village. They are push doors with doorknobs. And they're a little tall. You could probably reach one if you jumped a little bit.
Well, first off, let's see if he even realizes that they're push or pull.
Fair enough. I feel like he'd go for the doorknob first. Thankfully, it is a bar doorknob.
Oh, true. Okay. Well, then he's gonna jump up and try to grab it.
That's why.
I'm assuming you're wanting a roll.
Likely. Then again, Squirrel's pretty active. I think he probably just...
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, he can do it. Hopping up a bit and grasping it. Thankfully, it turns with just your weight. Your toes basically scratching against the floor as you drop a bit as the bar handle turns downwards. But how are you going to open it now? You can't really push against it or pull, really. You're just sort of hanging there, sort of. But you do hear a click, so that's probably the first step.
He's gonna try and use his wings.
I shouldn't get wild burger.
Fair enough. This is probably going to be a body innovation or instinct check and something else. Maybe athletics.
I will go with instinct and athletics. It's good with me. Mostly because I have a dot in it.
I should go to the gym every day.
One success. Now which way is he going? Away or towards?
Uh,
Everything but that way.
what are the... What does he have for dots on those?
I'm questioning on
Ah,
its existence.
nothing. Okay. Okay, he's able to realize that it's a push, so he's going, he's trying to, he's basically pushing it, or, you know, angling his body so his wings are flapping, for him to push in the door.
Alright. It's heavy. It is all wood all the way through. One of those solid doors. But he is very insistent. So as the rest of the party is catching up with him to the door, they can sort of see him mashing his entire body against the door as it is slowly pushing inwards. Wings flapping furiously.
You alright over there?
I just gotta get this open.
The heavy door slowly creaking open as he makes progress inch by inch, but he is doing it.
I think you guys should probably go and help him. I would, but I don't think I'll be very good at opening a door.
Full body slam! That's all you hear before you just hear a charging Totodile running at the door.
Alright, that's probably body fight. I'll go brawl.
Alright then.
You know,
Body
considering
2,
you are
fight 1, brawl
considering you are
nothing.
both a Totodile and a Fuecoco, you would be a Totococo.
Total Coco. I'm a total Coco. Can I like trade that brawl with initiative?
I'll let you trade it with athletics.
Oh, okay, fair. Well, that's 3. All right, let's see what happens. It's going to be hilarious.
You know, I
Charging
kind of like the name of Fuegodile.
We gotta have a vote for that now. Well, I got a point. No botches,
Right.
at least.
You charge forward. Thankfully, you don't sail headfirst into the doorknob.
Good.
You hit the door. Oh, this is larger, heavier, and harder than you are, however. You bounce off, but you do help push it forward and give Squirrel some of the initiative he needed as it opens enough for the party to get through. Chomper's head hurts. No, your headphones fell off, though.
Well, the headphones fall off too. Okay. Well, imagine any gif of like
Okay,
literally a
hold
dog
on.
running into
You
a.
don't
Okay.
have your headphones. You left them with the Levani so that they could attach some straps to them.
Alrighty.
Okay, never mind. Just keep that in mind.
Okay.
Chomper is without his headphones.
Scott's just
Remember
going to
that.
rumble up with Chomper and look down at him. You alright down there?
You see a one claw just come up, just a fist, And then a thumb. Chomper's okay. Though dizzy.
Feeling that he will be fine. Before a voice creeps out from the door, we have visitors. As from the doorway, something grasps it from the other side and pulls it open, and you see a Enja. Ah.
Squirrel is
You-
just going to fall off the handle onto the floor.
Between this and dueling class.
Carry on.
So, let us see. Ah, there is one familiar face amongst them today. Good day, Kazza. Hello, Bien. Who are these fine young gentlemen? Let's see. Let's see. I think Squirrel wanted something, and everyone else is tagging along. They'll be good. Oh. Discouraging, but I will be keeping an eye on them.
Tobias went here.
I need lock.
Didn't you also
I
say
need
that
a lock.
Chomper should come here for some reason?
Well, Chomper wanted them to check out his headphones, but then his headphones were okay. He also doesn't have them right now. You know, because they got water on them.
I don't remember the headphones going, but I'll roll with it.
It was back in this session 1 when Paz shot him in the head with a water gun.
Oh, I thought we went with they were resistant to water or something, but that's fine.
I think you were freaking out in case they weren't. And
Yes.
so you wanted them to get checked out.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, let's see. As a black hand reaches out from the hole in the Enja's back and starts tapping them one after another. This one. Interesting. Very interesting. I will have your introduction.
Okay, what's going on?
A ghostly black hand is reaching out of the Enja's back and tapping each of them before saying, "Interesting. I would have your introductions." He's asking you to introduce yourself.
So is he like trying to poke us with the ghost hand?
Yes.
Paz is freaked out by this, but he answers nonetheless. I am Paz.
I thought you were
My
still
name-
Sobble.
Wait, no, you're
Mr.
right.
Stubble.
Well, I don't remember my name. I'm just going by Sobel right now.
And
I don't-
the rest?
I don't remember my name either, but I remember friends used to call me Squirrel. So I'm Squirrel.
Jeddick.
I'm calling myself Chomper, weird ghost dude who's touching me.
I am Bean. I work in the library. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Oh, nice to meet you too. Do you have food?
I do not have any upon my current possession.
Aww, okay.
What was her name again?
My name is Bean. If you would like it spelled out, it is B-A-I-N. B-I-A-N.
Being okay. Yeah, I just couldn't hear like you when you were saying it. Sorry.
You will fall yet.
Yeah, there is a little bit of fading in and out with your microphone tonight, Digi.
That's not great.
Yeah. So I just wanted you to repeat yourself real quick so I could actually, like, make sure
I'll try and speak up and not be so deep then.
Yep.
Okay. My name is Bean. I work in the library.
Well, my name is
Marten, did you cut out?
Now do it.
Yes.
Oh, did my...
So
Now
I
I'm finding out. Why have you cursed me? You've cursed me. Why am I, like, I have absorbed your mic cutout, apparently.
Oh, you have.
Finally, someone else's turn.
Yeah, literally was have Vane say his name. That was it.
Okay. And
Nothing of true value was lost.
he will look towards Scruff now, and lastly you, the smallest one.
Oi, be Scruff. Pleasure to make
Ah!
your acquaintance.
That is Mop. No, Scruffy.
Chomper nods vigorously.
Scruff turns to the pair of them and just squints and glares as he is spoken over.
Chomper confuses that for a smile and smiles back. Very happily and kindly.
Scruffy
Or-
doesn't talk much. He kind of is very quiet a lot and mostly just sits there glaring.
Before you know it,
Ooh, but I
Well,
think
he
that he's
speaks
smiling
more-
at us right now.
Look, he keeps glaring at you because you keep trying to pick him up, like you keep trying to grab me to see if my head is a hat. That's why you get glared at.
I'd speak more if you got my name right.
Anyway, we were coming here because Squirrel has a chest that doesn't have a working lock on it, and he wants it to lock.
I would then assume that you wish for me to supply you with a key after the lock has been fixed.
Wait, you can do that? Yes!
It's a simple matter.
I need to protect my shinies. Yes. Shinies.
Very well. I don't suppose you would have any ore on you with which to create the key.
He's just tilting his head.
Metal or other materials with which you would wish me to create the key.
I have Pokey. It's shiny.
Tragically, Pokey is another substance. Do you know what exactly it is?
Very fervent shake of the head.
I see.
If it helps, we're all, except for Kazza, of course, we're all kind of amnesiacs, so...
That makes sense. Your souls were a bit curious. Almost like they were fresher than they should be. Allow me to explain. Pokey, rather, is a dungeon currency that is only made inside the dungeons. However, it is comprised completely of dungeon energy. As such, it can be used, and that is what gives it its value, starting its role as our universal currency system. With a small amount of Pokey and the prerequisite skill, you could strike 2 coins together, and one of them would soon turn into fire. To start fire, even if you were not a fire type. dungeon energy can be turned into other energies, but not the other way around. It is useful, thus desirable, and thus it has become currency. However, it, in turn, cannot transform into anything that lasts for a very long time. It is, after all, simply energy.
Does it mean that a
It
fire
has-
starter is worth 2 pokey? Because you can use 2 pokey as a fire.
The fire made from 2 simple pokey would probably not be enough to set so much as a leaf on fire. However, pokey can be pressed together. The value of the pokey will be displayed on the number on the coin. You can pull it apart or press it together by force of will. However, pokey will only go up to stacks 1,000. After that, bird coin will be needed. However, it will remain virtually worthless. It has many interesting properties, some of which are not understood even to this day.
Well, getting back to it, what are we... Metal situation. We obviously don't really have much on us.
Understandable. I do happen to have some supplies, but I will then charge you for replacing them.
How much?
He's like, oh.
Considering that... Well, let us see. Do you have any specifications for your key? A color, perhaps? There are many kinds of metal, after all. Some harder, some softer, heavier,
Shiny.
lighter.
With their bed teleported there.
Shiny and strong.
Shiny and strong. Perhaps
I want to make sure that the lock is really, really good. Gotta protect my shinies.
I would need to appraise your chest first, to see if it is in fact strong. After all, it was broken before, was it not? That being the case, some components may need to be replaced after I decipher what they were originally created out of.
He will nod and hold out his chest.
The shadowy hands reach forward and grasp it once more, lifting it in front of the otherwise unmoving Enja. Interesting. Now, you do seem very possessive of this chest.
He will
Do you
nod
want-
warily.
He's seen so much crazy stuff that
That being the case, would you wish to accompany me as I examine it in further detail? I can take you to the workshop, or you may peruse the library.
I want to go with you. Squirrel
Very
has a lot
well,
of interest in crafting of all sorts of different things. He likes the idea of
as
making
far as
things.
No.
Chomper, after being pretty quiet and almost like phasing out of the conversation, and not able to kind of detach with the headphones that are currently being worked on, which I think I remember the chain for the neck to keep it on was being worked on, as well as maybe upgrades to make waterproof. But he basically blurts out, "Do you have a book about fighting?"
Yes. However, I believe the owner of the bookstore would be much to your preference then, should that be your subject. As the ghost hand reaches forward and rings the bell. Moments pass before heavy footsteps are heard from somewhere above, and a Lux Ray jumps down. What? What is it? She says, landing not too far from the group and outside. Good day, Samantha. They are here to see you. Oh. Really? Who are you guys?
Is that a cat? That's a cat. That a star in your tail? Oh.
She will look back, wondering if anything was caught on her tail, and said, like, yep, same as always.
Squirrel is staring at the tail and is walking forward slowly towards the tail in particular.
She will note the looks and sort of like twitch the tail from side to side, wondering if it gets a reaction from them.
Oh, he is very much following the movement of that tail. And looking ready to pounce it.
Oh no.
Chomper is staring respectfully and has not went into cat mode yet.
Given Vane's experience with Squirrel trying to jump himself into up, be able to recognize this at all?
However, you can also see her torso tensing up and like her legs is stiffening slightly, as she is now putting her entire focus onto Squirrel, as if she is also potentially going into cat mode slightly, like a kindred spirit.
My Discord decided to kick me for a second. What did I miss?
Interesting.
We're about to fight the cat. It looks like we're about to fight the cat from the sound of it.
Yeah.
Correction, Squirrel is about to fight the cat.
Correction, if Squirrel fights the cat, I am jumping in. I literally cannot help it. If I see a scuffle, I have to join.
Guys,
Scruff's gonna go around the both and just go up to the shed Enja. Well, you don't suppose you've got a geography section? Just blatantly ignoring all of that that's going on the side. Just...
As a matter of fact, we would. Are there any particular regions which have your interest?
The local area. Any terrain and variations.
Why, yes. We also have a collection of maps.
Oh, I do like a good map.
Well then, I will leave the rest to your play. If anyone else has any desires, I will be inside.
yeah. Stop trying to fight people. You already got to try and fight Seal today. You're not gonna fight the librarian too.
They brought him out for it. He's supposed to teach me or fight me. Fight me by teaching me.
Squirrel is pouncing for the tail.
Oh, dang it. Well.
She makes a short hop away, as if making very sure to keep a very specific distance from you, but like is otherwise almost statue frozen, just staring, like, no, you cannot catch me.
Chomper took the challenge.
Ash is going to go inside of the library so that she doesn't have to watch this scene unfold.
We are inside the library.
Alrighty. We are inside the library, yes.
Oh, we are?
I thought we were kind of in a lobby
You cannot
area.
escape this.
Yes.
You are in this.
Hey, Squirrel, just so you know, Ken went back into his workshop. He's leaving without you.
Oh, look! And he tumbles on the floor and gets up somewhat smoothly and rushes after the Shedinja.
Chomper
seems-
slumps a bit, like, because he was really about to go in there and, like, literally initiate the same thing that's been happening before. But
All right.
it's
Now,
been
Chomper,
decent.
you are looking at Squirrel as he is running into the library, right?
I was basically focused on the Luxray, either going to join in on whatever cat escapades that were going on, or waiting to actually talk to the Luxray about the fight question I did.
Okay, so your eyes are remaining on her then.
I'll look over at Squirrel as they move, because I was gonna join in and like basically join in as a scuffle play fight with Squirrel. So yeah, I would see what Squirrel's doing. Yes.
Interesting choice.
I think Vane would probably like lean down to a little bit. And, I think I'm getting better at that.
I think you are. Chomper. It feels like only a fraction of a second has passed, but she's behind you.
What in the anime? Okay.
with one paw on either side of your torso, like gently squeezing. Gotcha.
That was fast. Wow! My eyes literally just sparkle, and I just turn around and say, "Teach me."
I don't know if you're a speed type, but I mean, I'll throw you against the wall until you get better. If that makes you feel better.
Yes.
Don't encourage.
Loud tail thumping.
Passive is waving his hands. No. Don't encourage him.
Oh, this totally works. I read it in a book somewhere. I don't remember which one. It might have been a bad parenting.
Look, I'm just gonna let you know that this is what's the word for like chestnuts with the shell on off the ground. I don't think that
Darius, you broke out for a bunch of that.
This is a guy who will eat a chestnut that still has the shell on it. Then eat more of it. I don't think wall is. I think you'd be here all day.
Chomper literally just looks at you, smiles with the biggest smile ever, and go, "Oh, thank you. I'm glad you think I'm strong."
Ah, yeah.
Her whiskers twitch slightly as she ponders. A buddy boy. Interesting. There are lots of ways to get stronger, but maybe we should consider what you're good at then.
Tail thumping intensifies. I'm gonna follow the Luxray, by the way. Chomper will be following the Luxray while y'all go and do anything that you're doing. For any training.
Well, given that, the implication that this is the librarian, Vane would probably stick around the librarian in order to just try and figure out where things are even at in the library.
Same for Fahad.
So you're probably following Bian then. Samantha seems to be the owner, but not as much the bookish type as the ancient sounding ghost bug.
Okay. Yeah, because the thing is, when the bell got rang and Samantha came by, so there's a little bit of mixed signaling.
Well, I mean, she probably lives here. She owns the building. Perhaps some things just sort of happened.
All right.
As Samantha
real quick, sorry.
Away. Yes.
Well,
I'm gonna go get a refill curry. Grab it.
I know that Bien is going back into his workshop and that Samantha's going to be going around, it looks like, so he'd probably stick near to Samantha.
All right.
Buzz is also going to stick with the librarian.
I don't think Samantha's the actual librarian. Samantha's just like the one that shows people around places.
Ah, okay.
And like takes people to where books are located, but like Mian would be the actual like knowledgeable.
Noted.
Effectively, I think Samantha is the official unofficial assistant.
Ah, fair enough.
So, Ian has Scruff and Squirrel. He is leading Scruff to the geography section and pulling down a map of the local region, Kamoa. Before then taking Squirrel to a workshop with a lot of tools, bars of metal, and miscellaneous components before asking Squirrel to set the chest onto the table.
I thought he still had the chest.
I mean, he's asking Squirrel to put the chest on the table. Squirrel said that... Oh, wait, sorry, right. Squirrel let him hold it, but accompanied him as the ghost sets it onto the table, and then presses his hand against the lock, testing it. Interesting. This seems to be potentially a chromium alloy.
What does that mean? Is that good? Is that strong?
Then I would say you.
Will it keep my stuff safe?
Because that's only like 5-10 feet. He can.
It is very strong. It also resistant to corrosion. I wonder how it ended up breaking. Well, no matter. As other hands start grasping other tools and working on the lock from both inside and outside of the chest. As Squirrel, you can watch the lock being disassembled completely before
Squirrel
each
is
component.
very... Sorry. He is very eagerly watching and studying every little part of this process.
Before each component is then appraised, and then he will lay them out in front of you, Squirrel. Two of these components are damaged. Can you tell me which one? This would probably be a mind, logic, and the third skill I will let you pick whichever one seems suitable. Potentially investigation or craft.
I was gonna go with craft. Can I go with instinct? Because right now he's still mostly running off of instinct on all of this.
I would allow it.
Yeah.
That's
Cool.
weird. They're going through the school.
That'll be
grounds.
3 dice instead of only 2.
Maybe they're on the highway, but it looks
Though
like
actually,
they're going through
just
the school
remembered... That is a good roll. I did... Yeah, Loberon did play had granted additional die.
You're making yourself a
I'm inside.
Okay.
Oh good, that
Okay.
wasn't a 1.
I remember your luck. Now, all of them seem very straight and rigid, except for a few of them. You're not sure what exactly these parts are, but they are not straight. In fact, they seem quite bent.
They seem quite what?
I thought you
Bent.
Oh.
but you go with those two.
I think this one and this one. They seem to be bent?
Correct. You may be somewhat adept at this after all. I notice you're watching with intense curiosity. That will serve you well.
He is nodding emphatically. Yeah, I don't know why. I just, it's cool.
Alright,
The desire for knowledge is never a fault. Now, that being the case, allow me to walk you through the entire process then, as he is then going to go over and open up what looked like an iron cauldron, and it is extremely hot inside before dropping the two components into what looks to be a bowl. Given that these parts are damaged, they cannot be used, or rather, they should not be used. So,
Eager nodding.
I'm going to repurpose them. This is called smelting. I'm going to be melting them down into the metal once more, but this will take a while. So I will have to be leaving them melting for a while before I can cast them again into something useful.
Okay.
He's
How do we actually get it into the shape that we need then?
We use molds, and thankfully, I have a vast collection of them. However, for the sake of making sure that your valuables are secure, we will be using replacement parts. They're not exactly chromium, but they should be sufficient, after all. Perhaps if the chest is not quite so shiny, then people will be less attracted to it. A reasonable argument, I would assume.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Good then. Then I just so happen to have just the replacement part. They are steel rather than chromium, but they are close enough. As he
Is steel stronger?
Ever so slightly.
He's just nodding.
Or rather, not to a noticeable degree. But steel is more common. Chromium is shinier.
Well, I'm good with steel. Steel is good.
Steel it is then. As he will start sifting through many very similar looking parts before pulling out two that are seemingly virtually identical except in color. Here we are. And now I will slowly assemble it so that you may observe. And he will start reassembling the lock, one piece at a time, very much slower, but letting you see where each piece goes and how it fits.
Squirrel is going to be kind of attempting to get in there hands-on and, try to help a bit as well.
He would let you, like, perhaps doing a few steps, taking them back, and then asking you to do it.
Oh, he is very happy about that. Very happy.
A lock really is a complicated thing, but it's curiously satisfying to do this. There's so many things to keep track of. And it's very confined space too, so you have to be very precise about the order or things will just get in the way of each other. So many tiny springs too.
I am definitely very familiar with the inner workings of a lock. Thank you, lockpicking lawyer.
Lockpicking lawyer here today.
Before, finally, it has been assembled. Your new lock, sort of, made by your hand. As he will then glance back to the furnace. Alright, and now that we know the exact block, you should also have an idea what the key must look like. So, with this being the case, he will start taking out a lot of plates that have depressions in them that take the shape of objects. I would like you to pick from these 5 which key has the correct teeth. The teeth are these. He will point down to the little ridges. The correct teeth will raise the parts inside in the correct fashion to let the lock know that this is the correct key and open with very little resistance. Otherwise, the lock will not open at
Okay. And he's going to be browsing through them closely.
I will allow the same roll with +3 dice, as this has had your exact interest. And you've been doing this yourself. Hey.
Let's go! Hey, still a 5.
It is. Very good. A lot of them are very similar, so you start looking at them from other angles before you find some of them have teeth that are too long, some have them in the wrong order, before you can figure out which one is the right one. There it is. That one. The 4th one. Good. 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 Yes. That is the correct answer. He will
I
take
did
the
it?
mold.
His tail is whipping back and forth very quickly.
And he will then open the furnace again and say, now, as a ghost, I have special perks. You, however, would need quite the tools to safely approach this. I may not have things in your size, so I would ask you to stand back for a moment. But I do at least have goggles. They might be a bit large.
I can hold them in place. Okay.
He will pick up a pair of goggles from the wall and hand them down to you. As
Squirrel
he takes...
he takes one step back but is still leaning forward intently while holding the goggles in place over his eyes.
It is quite toasty. As he opens the furnace and pulls out the bowl, before slowly, carefully dripping the chromium into the mold. And now we will be placing this in water to assist in the cooling process, and then making sure that everything is correct. And after we finish the key, everything will be done. So I suppose, all things considered, I didn't end up using very much material. Perhaps just around 200 pokies worth.
Sorry, repeat that?
I didn't end up using very much material at all then. Turns out the damaged parts were just enough to make the key. So perhaps just around 200 poki for the parts that I did end up using.
Squirrel is going to gulp slightly as he gets into his bag and actually you get into the chest because that's where he's holding all of it.
Yep.
He goes into the chest and sniffles slightly as he pulls out the 200 poki.
We'll take it, and then the hand will withdraw back into his back. You haven't seen Bean's back. Not really. Not very much. You were more focused on what he was doing. But he does have a big hole there. Very peculiar.
Are you trying to get Squirrel to pounce on this guy and try to see what's in the hole?
I mean, I'm just bringing things that might have taken Squirrel's attention now that the interesting
True.
locksmithing is over.
This is true. He's gonna lean in and look at this hole. What is that? Why do you have a hole in your back? Are you okay? Do you need what was it? A doctor? Do you need a doctor? Are you okay?
Oh, no. I'm just like this. You see, as I have stated previously, I am a ghost. We're a little different from most folk. You might have noticed that my exterior is one unified piece of, I suppose you could call it an exoskeleton, and a small halo. I cannot move this, but this is my body. I can float, I can angle it to some degree, I can see around me, but I haven't arms like you do. But I can still reach out with these. The dark hand will extend again. I can reach out with a great many of them. Before, like, 5 others also protrude from his back. So, I don't believe I'm lacking in any regard. I just don't have, well, a body like you do. There is no meat or blood or need for sustenance.
Squirrel slightly tuned out with the rest of that description as he's seeing the hand extend out. He heard it, but didn't really process it just yet. But his response is going to be, how do I get myself some of those? They are cool.
Well, I would generally recommend against that, but perhaps in the future you could pick up a move called Shadow Claw, and perhaps you could mimic one of these. Is Shadow Claw something that you can learn? I'd have to look it up again. However, other than that, some would say that there is a chance, though it is uncertain what the exact conditions are, that when people die, sometimes they become a ghost type. I would not recommend trying it just so that you could have spectral arms.
Wait, you're dead?
I'm a ghost?
He's tilting his head.
This might be a bit of a complicated topic for today, but ghost types are spirit. People who have passed on. There are variants of this, after all. I've been around for quite a while, so I don't know exactly my own beginnings, but shinies are generally the cast-off shell when a Nincada evolves. The Nincada turns into a ninja, and the cast-off shell becomes a shedinja. So I didn't die. I was just born dead. And
Squirrel?
well, there are many mysteries left in the world.
Squirrel is looking so absolutely, like, distraught in his confusion over this.
I don't blame him.
You were born dead?
For lack of a better word, I suppose so. I was always a ghost, so I suppose I never died exactly. I just began as a ghost.
I'm sorry. This sounds like the whole like I woke up dead thing from Scary Movie now. 100%.
I mean, pretty much. That is what a shedinja is.
Yeah, he is describing it accurate to a shedinja. It's not meant to make any goddamn sense. It's Pokemon.
On the head of a pin as well.
Uh-oh. The curse of the chestnuts is upon us.
Oh, lovely.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
As far
Well,
as this
Squirrel
one
was on the
goes-
screen, so.
As far as this one goes, it's at least one chestnut that gets introduced to the scene. Also, as far as learning the move goes, in this system, any Pokemon can learn any move. It's just a matter of Storyteller approving it for the move pool and them using experience for it, or they get training for it from another Pokemon that knows it. So yes, Squirrel could learn Shadow Claw. Probably only by getting training from this guy, but you know.
Ooh, that means I can learn a luxury move. Thoughts?
it'd probably take a good amount of training. But yes, everyone could have a ghost hand.
Squirrel very much wants one.
Ghost. It will assist in thievery. Granted,
Out
it
of
will
character
cover-
comment.
Oh.
I feel like you're gonna have, like Zim, you're gonna have like a character that has like a darkness shadow jujutsu thing with every character. That's a Pokemon. Because I'm still thinking about Hunter and like their darkness, and now Squirrels might get a shadow hand. If you have a stand.
It's such a shame that Jet was also born dead.
Yeah. Well, no, Jet died. Jet died.
Oh.
This must be the work of an enemy stand-up! No, it's just me, Ian.
Last little comment out of character. If anybody in the chat has any good ideas for a Luxray move to learn, throw it at me. I'm not that great at Pokemon. I'd like to have ideas. Anyway, back to being in the background.
Thunderfang, perhaps?
Maybe.
Perhaps Crunch?
Maybe.
I think
Jumper is just
Totodile and Fuecoco can both learn that one.
Yeah. Crunch is like a universal thing for everybody, it feels like.
For things with specialized teeth for biting.
I think like 75% of Pokemon can learn Bite and Crunch.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of the punches, too.
No.
Anyway, let's see. How will I introduce a chestnut into this? Ah, I know.
I will say you can delay it to the next one or something. But if you have the idea, go for it.
Well, considering the location it was found, after they clean up the key, probably with Squirrel, remaining otherwise paralyzed with confusion as being just sort of gives up trying to explain that he was just always a ghost and he was never alive to begin with. He pops open the chest to show you how the key works. Very simple, you just turn and open it. Squirrel, there are chestnuts in your box. They are mixed into the pokey. Ah. You're pretty sure these weren't there before, but they were buried with the chestnuts. You're gonna have to get these out, or else there's going to be a risk of pricking yourself every time you reach in for pokey.
Does my chest make chestnuts? Chomper's gonna be happy!
You've done it. You got the joke.
He is going to the door and screaming out across the library, Chomper! My chest makes chestnuts!
I appear. You hear the pitter
Can Vane
patter.
also hear this?
Everyone in the library hears it before Shadow Hands reach out and grab Squirrel's face, holding his maw shut, as being like, just like creeps into the side of his vision. Quiet in the library, child.
Oh, okay, I'll be quiet.
Why do I imagine Shadin just as being all red at the moment?
Just imagine.
Squirrel has, after all, Squirrel at maximum volume broke the cardinal rule of the library.
Universal cardinal rule, yeah. Multiversal cardinal rule.
What happened to me? I was stomping, running through the library myself. I'm not getting wild charged, am I? By a Luxray. Oh no.
I mean, he made an active effort to like project his voice You just ran. You'd get a scolding, but
I'll take it. I'm not in
You
trouble.
appear in front of Squirrel after, well, yes, you appear in front of Squirrel with so much hype, but before you basically see Squirrel being released from potentially 5 different shadow hands, and the Enja turning off the menacing aura. Ahem. Yes, it appears that potentially your chest might have some unique traits. Say, I assume I am Chomper. As you are an amnesiac, you will all be forgiven for shouting in the library. It is not fair to impose rules upon you that you do not know. But whilst you are inside the library, please use your inside voice.
For a comedic effect, I was gonna do it. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. That was it.
For comedic effect, I literally was gonna yell over you, like chestnuts. But I did not. But pretend I literally yelled chestnuts while you were saying all that. There's no way I'm like waiting through like the slow ghost talk as Chomper.
Yeah, no, that's fine. It's like he's saying like everybody gets one because you're amnesiac. However, now that you know the rule, the next time will not be pardoned.
I feel like at about this time, Vane would also probably be showing up. Having heard that, first of all, there were chestnuts around, and second of all, that Chomper was informed of said chestnuts.
Alright. I will also say that everyone, while Squirrel was getting his locksmith training, or rather lock assembly training, has been being shown around the library. And this library has a lot more facilities than a normal library, even a training room that seems to have been very used by the luxury. A kitchen, guest rooms, and perhaps 8 different floors of books.
I'm just imagining that the training room has that typical, yep, this is where the cat sleeps, kind of pile of fur everywhere.
You're
This
not
luxury
wrong.
girl.
Yes.
Is this how libraries usually are?
No, this is just mine. This library is fun.
Was that a training with the luxury? Was I in there with the luxury, or I'm not sure what I was doing at the time. I just know I wanted to train with the luxury or follow the luxury. Storyteller, what was the luxury doing all this? That's what I was before.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think we might have lost him temporarily.
Oh no.
Oh no.
In that case, I'm going to take the time to say that all of you are very cute.
Oh, thank you.
Bah. Bah. Bah.
So are you,
No, you-
Hathead.
Hat.
Not a
Hat.
hat.
Hat. Hat. Hat. Hat. Hat.
You need to stop this. It is not a hat.
It's not until proven otherwise.
It's not. It's your head. Hence, hat head.
So apparently, Humble Bundle has a Dino Fever bundle going on right now.
BRB, I have to check on something.
Okay.
Well,
Totally not coincidence. You know.
Don't forget that I do have a Humble Bundle partner link you can use to support the channel while you're also picking up bundles on Humble Bundle.
Ooh. I know that book.
That link right there in the chat. You can use that to support the channel and also, pick up that bundle,
You also get Torok and Torok too. But yeah, click that link. Holy shit. This is cool. All right. How much is it? $12 for eight of them? Okay. Dinosaur Week. Here I come.
Well, don't forget to use my Humble Bundle partner link.
Throw it in my chat, please.
There.
Yay.
And you can do a custom amount as well for deciding how much comes to me.
Ooh. Ooh, that spaced out bundle's really good too. Like all those are pretty dang good. Trover Saves the Universe is a great VR game. The Outer Worlds is really good if you like Fallout and those kind of games. Made by the people who did New Vegas. And High on Life is pretty fun. It's like a Doom shooter. Only if you can tolerate like Rick and Morty humor. But it is actually a pretty fun game. Oh, Entropy City is good too.
That I still do have, even though I played it years ago, I still have the Outer Worlds jingles memorized. Please be wary of the memetic hazard of the jingles in Outer Worlds.
Outer Worlds is SCP confirmed. Be careful. Yeah, I'm gonna say these for later. They also have some tabletop stuff, apparently. Yeah.
By the way, Rex, which of the jingles did you think was best?
I like the fan-made ones, honestly. There's an Outer Worlds like fan-made one that's really good by oh my god, what's his name? Zim. You know, we watched the video of them before. It's the one who does all the really good songs based on video games. He did like
Stipendium?
Yep, Stupendium. He has a really good Outer Worlds one. Check out sometime. One of my favorites.
Oh wait, is it the? Wait, hold on. I may know what you're talking about.
Oh, it's great. It's freaking great. Ooh, God, there's some good blown. Masterful modern 3D platformers has some fire ones. Had in Time included. Yay. Back.
Yeah, the fine print. But that's not a jingle. That's an
back.
entire song.
Ah, that's the only one I know.
The jingle is like the ones where it's like, it's not the best choice, it's Spacer's choice. That's a jingle.
Oh,
Is Enja back?
You know, the
like
ones that you
jingle.
hear all the way throughout the game.
Okay.
So I was
back to
asking
the
which,
Storyteller.
yeah. Oh yeah, Storyteller's back.
Is he?
Welcome back.
Yep, I am back. Hello.
Welcome back.
Oh, hey, you sound much better now.
Weird.
I fixed it.
Well,
Okay, I guess
Run,
we
Jay.
leave where we left off then. I was asking a question to you before you got cut off.
Yeah.
All right.
The thing that she was in the middle of saying was like, "Oh yeah, no, my library is just sort of like different. It's fucking huge."
Oh god, you got cut out all the way there. Damn.
Yeah. Cue the sad music I just started playing. I asked before you left if I was where I was during the whole thing before I ran over to Squirrel. Like, was I in the training room with Luxray, or because I decided to follow Luxray before, and I was just gonna go back to them.
Yeah. Like there are cloth dummies. There's the logs. There's all manner of like training things. She was probably wondering how easily you could bite through something that had a slight give but was actually resistant to tear.
Test me. I'm going to actually like try it, but I'm going to try to I'm using my instinct a little bit on this one and try to get a little extra roll on this because I'm going to actually try to start tearing into it, gator roll style.
Ah,
Yes,
good old
because
death.
yeah, death roll. Maybe like it's a Discovery Channel thing in the back of my head. Maybe it's instinct. It's probably a lot of instinct because there's a bit of Fucoco in me, so I got some gator, crocodile, what do you want to call it? So yeah,
Have
does
at
that
it.
allow me any extra rolls?
Yes. Take an
Sweet.
extra 2.
Sweet. All right, let's see. Body, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Instinct, because that was more of an instinct thing, so 3. And a skill, which I am you have a skill suggestion? I'm trying to sell you on a skill, but I don't think I have one that works.
Unfortunately, I'd probably bounce between melee or athletics unless you have another thought.
Yeah. Quick clarification: melee is for melee weapons. Brawl is for
Sorry, yeah, brawl,
using
brawl,
moves
brawl.
and shit like that.
Man, I need to level up Brawl immediately.
Would make an argument for survival.
Well, I am using an instinctual kind of a natural ability that is for my species to survive by tearing into prey. There's
Alright.
my argument. Yay! Okay, so 2 for body, another one for instinct. That makes 4 for survival, and then 2 more rolls, 5, 6. So I get 6 rolls.
Yes.
Son of dig. There's a 1 there. Okay, well I lost 1. Well,
That's 1 success. Alright, you leap up, bite the dummy's chest, and wriggle back and forth. Your teeth are in there, and you're stuck. You're just hanging. You're just hanging now.
I have no technique. I am literally just chomping hard. I'm not letting go, but there's no tearing or anything going on. That's great.
Huh. Well, you got the moxie. You got the moxie.
I can't get up.
Oh, hold on. Reaching forward, unhooking his teeth. Pluck, 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 pluck. Before you just sort of fall down.
Plop. An attempt was made.
Yes. An attempt was made.
By the way, speaking of survival, Vane would probably be attempting to get a a book or a guide or something on what plants are considered edible and which ones aren't. Because at this point, he's kind of worried that Chomper is going to go and just eat something that will actually be really bad for him. Because he has seen him immediately ingesting chestnuts and continually ingesting chestnuts, despite the clear and present danger. So at this point, he's like, hey, if we're going to be wandering through the wilderness in order to get to places, he needs to not be dying when we get there from the things he randomly eats. So he's just trying to find a general guideline book on what's edible and what is not.
Fair enough. There would be books on this matter. However, they are generally divided into species and types. It seems that other types have some dietary restrictions. However, food from the dungeon, with the exception of foods called grimy foods and chestnuts, with some also additional cautions for a fruit called a durian, there is most Pokemon can eat most things.
All right.
with,
So
with
it's
some preferences, but if it's more if a food looks obviously bad.
yeah. I'm assuming that would be like grimy food.
Yes.
Question:
Uh,
Am I allowed to keep trying with the practicing while this is going on?
Yes, you are. Now, Paz, what would you have been doing in the meantime?
Paz has been wanting to try and find a book on amnesia.
Uh-huh. Very well then. There are some books that do explain what amnesia is, but you're probably more interested in the historical perhaps air quotes humans who have had amnesia and maybe recovered from it.
Yes.
There
Both
are.
one.
They generally seem to be more history books, though.
Well, Paz is going to peruse those, even if it may take a while, considering their history books.
Fair enough. Peruse away.
No, come on! That was another one. It's one again.
Tragically, the same thing happens, but you do appreciate the feeling of being able to bite something as hard as you can and no one is reprimanding you.
By the
Is
way,
it
True.
satisfaction?
by the way, can I roll like an academics check in order to see how well I sift through the information?
Absolutely.
All right. So I'm assuming that this would. I can't really see a reason this would be anything but logic right now. Would I get? Because I assume that like Kazza's around, so I would have been like asking Kazza for things. Could I get any bonus die for that?
Oh,
Oh my. Yes, you will get an extra die for that.
All right.
okay, just one. Yeah, I am. I am rolling mind, logic, and academics for this for perusing the books the books on amnesia.
You got 2 successes because that was a 10.
Yeah. So that you'd have 2.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. Vane. You find something interesting through your perusal of survival guides. It seems that food from dungeons doesn't spoil, or rather, it cannot be spoiled unless it is done by something inside of a dungeon.
All right. So basically, we already knew about the doesn't spoil, but the something inside of dungeons can spoil food is new.
Yes. It seems that there are some traps, or perhaps some special moves from the Mirage Pokemon that could make food grimy food.
Does it state whether or not this affects food inside bags?
Yes, it does. However, it doesn't not seem to affect all foods, perhaps just one food item picked at random. Or rather, one edible item chosen at random. So it could be like a berry, a seed, or a food item.
All right, I'm going to write down that it doesn't spoil in bulk, but can also affect berry. Just affect anything edible. Anything edible, including berry. There we go. All right, cool. That is very useful information.
Yep.
I have a update for Chomper whenever available.
Alrighty. That reminds me. I have made something, and I'm going to be posting it into the group chat. I have made items.
Items.
Yeah. Yes, and this will probably be useful when people want to go shopping.
It would.
I spent a little time making sure that it is neat, and I plan to be expanding it in the future. What was the last question again?
I was gonna see whenever I could update you on what I'm doing with Chomper. Just whenever everybody else is done.
Yep. Alright. Now, Paz, it seems that there are a lot of stories about people, or rather, of Pokemon having lost their memories, but more often than not, it is humans that are turned into Pokemon that always seem to lose their memories, and sometimes, more often than not, get them back during the course of their adventures. But there are also reports of them never getting their memories back and just being informed that they were turned into a Pokemon. And then, more often than not, those cases are sent back to their world when their mission is over. So, if they were restored, that is largely unknown. However, there are also cases of normal Pokemon getting amnesia more often than not after a powerful psychic attack or after receiving a strong blow to the head.
Meanwhile, Squirrel in the background slamming into a door head first.
Is this the first time I've heard of the word human in our campaign, like in universe?
You are aware of the concept because you wanted to know what was wrong. You know that your memories are missing. You know that you should know more. But this is the first time you've heard the term amnesia. This is the first time that something has talked about amnesia in an extensive term. I will just sort of hand wave it since we have said the word many times that yes, you know it. But this is like the first informative document.
He's asking about humans.
Not amnesia, humans.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
That's okay.
This is the first time that you've heard the word human.
And he actually gets taken.
Or rather, something turned into a Pokemon.
Paz is rubbing his chin at the information that he has gotten. This considering that, and he's thinking to himself, considering that we all just woke up like near each other, and none of us know who we are or what we were before we were told what species we were. Paz is kind of putting two and two together and thinking, maybe this is what happened to us. He's gonna keep this in mind, and he'll tell the rest of the party later the information that he has obtained. And well, now that he has gained some information, Paz is just going to go back to where Bane is.
All right. Vane would still probably be looking through various like survival guides, trying his best to memorize what's edible and what is not. Especially given the fact that now he has to keep types into consideration, and you'd probably be able to easily see that he has way more books on water and fire types than the other. Kind of like in his pile.
How sweet.
What are you? What are all those books that you have in your hand, or wings?
Well, you see, the thing is that, uh, well, I don't trust that Chomper won't eat something that will poison him. So I want to know what's edible and what isn't, so that way I can stop him from eating things that will kill him.
Gotcha. That actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. By the way, it actually has some really interesting stuff in here. Did you know that remember how we were told about how food from inside of dungeons doesn't spoil, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, it turns out that illusion Pokemon, the ones that are inside of the dungeons, they can actually use moves that will spoil even the food that we get inside of dungeons. But it can also, it randomly, it looks like it randomly chooses anything edible we have, including in our bags. So it could also get rid of our berries.
Or
Turns it into
Chomper's
something
rocks.
called grimy food.
That sounds concerning.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It doesn't really go into it any more than that, but
I suppose we'll find out when the time comes, since we seem to be going in the direction of looking into these dungeons things.
yeah, well, look, they're gonna drag us in there anyways, so if we're gonna do it, we may as well be prepared.
That is true. That is true.
I mean, look, do you think we could keep the Squirrel away from an area where he knows there's going to be shiny things, and Chomper away from an area where he knows there's going to be food?
No.
Yeah, so I'm trying to think about ways to make it so that way they don't, take all of the shiny things and eat all of the food, but
If it wasn't because we're all in the same situation, I feel like I would just leave, but I can't just leave considering I don't even know my name.
yeah, maybe a good night's sleep would help you with that, but well,
Talking
also look, we all wake up around a tree together. None of us have any memories. I mean, there's not really a better group to stick around with.
Yes, you're not wrong. Even if that group has those two in it. Still though, talking about that though, have you heard of the term human?
No, I haven't come across it anywhere in here.
I was looking on a book on amnesia, and I found some information about some Pokemon that apparently, or rather some humans that were turned into Pokemon, and those Pokemon specifically seem to have amnesia.
Huh. Well, does it? I mean,
It
turned
it
into.
it doesn't really say any specific way of recovering somebody's memory. Most of the tales that I looked through, it seems that if they had memories before, they just kind of got them during the course of their adventure. And some never really got them in the first. It never got them back at all.
Oh,
I also read that you can get amnesia if you get hit by a psychic type really hard, but I doubt that's what happened to us.
no. Wait. Didn't Kazza say that I couldn't be?
You couldn't be.
When Kazza was mentioning the stuff that we're weak to and good against when we're hitting it. Wasn't that mentioned?
Oh, I think so. Maybe he said that you were immune to that kind of stuff.
Out of game, would that have actually been mentioned, or?
Unfortunately,
Enja
he left
Half of what you
Oh.
again.
use.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear the noise this time.
Yeah,
F.
Yeah, it happened. Had mid thing you were talking. So understandable.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah, I definitely wouldn't have heard it then.
I just thought you were really good at carrying on what your thing was. So I was like, oh yeah, finish it. You were going.
Mhm.
Yeah, here I
So-
was. I didn't even know. I'm just like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna continue on. Let's go.
Nope, I can't do anything until they get packs.
I mean, if Kazza was telling us all about the Pokemon strength and weaknesses, that probably would have been something that he mentioned. Hmm.
Because I
Well,
remember that we were for sure told what we were afraid of, or not, like, weak to and all that.
Yeah.
So, like, weren't we told all about, like, the whole defensive thing? So I think that was the actual, like, explanation that we got was on the defense of our typings.
Yeah, that's all we were told, and even then, I don't think it was everything, just a few things.
Yeah. Oh well, I guess it. I guess ignore that until we get any confirmation about that
Yeah.
or anything like that.
Yeah. Well, regardless of that, I think these stories about these humans turning into Pokemon might be related to what's happening to us. What happened to us?
I mean, yeah, it definitely sounds like it. At least it might be a little bit related.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to find any like solution to the memory issue. Maybe if I keep looking, I'll find something. Getting my memories back is my first priority. I don't like the feeling of not recalling stuff.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not mine, but then again, I'm kind of ranking the whole having food, a place to sleep.
That is understandable. I thought we already had that uh, figured out with getting accepted by the guild and having that temporary housing. So I thought this would be a good time to try and figure this out.
The thing is, though, is that also, there's just so much equipment that we need to get. I mean, Kazza was talking about these berries, and that's gonna eat up a good chunk. And we can't even really enter the dungeon around here. So how are we? Like, we're gonna have to travel somewhere, which means we're gonna need to end up getting travel supplies.
True.
It's just, it's really bothering me just how much I don't know about all this. I mean, that's another reason that I wanted to look through all this sort of stuff, because, if we're traveling, we're probably gonna have to forage, especially with Chomper.
Hmm. Yeah, I think you had the right of it. Perhaps I will help you with this if you don't mind, and I can keep looking on the amnesia thing later. Our survival does comes first.
Yeah, I mean, you can look through what you want. I'm gonna be here looking through this.
Mm-hmm.
But, I'm just kind of worried about it because, I mean, there's so much what seems to be common knowledge that we're just missing out on. And
Yeah, it feels weird feeling like you should know some stuff, but you don't actually know them. I guess that's just how amnesia.
yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, whatever the actual reason, we're kind of just dealing with this in the first place. I mean, knowing why would be great, but it doesn't change the fact that we got to deal with it anyway.
True. I get the feeling this information wouldn't really be anything that those two governments would even uh what's the word care about.
they're excitable. I think they care about it. I just think that it's not their priority.
Yes. That's
But
what
I
that's
wouldn't
what I
say
meant to
that they wouldn't care about it.
Yeah.
Because I feel like
Kerr
they
might-
would. In fact, I'm pretty sure that if you told Squirrel about it, I mean, he'd run off trying to find out instantly. It's just
Okay, care was not the right word. I think what I was trying to say is more like process it. They will, or rather, they will process it in their own unique way.
yeah. But maybe that's a good thing.
I suppose so. Well, I suppose I'll keep looking. See if maybe I can find at least a way to remember my name. Everybody has a name except for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think you should probably try to figure out your name. That definitely seems like an important thing. I mean, look, I don't mind calling you Sobble all the time, but I mean, it'd be nicer to have a name, especially if we end up meeting another Sobble somewhere.
Indeed.
I mean, even if you can't remember your name, just I don't know, pick out something else.
Well, I'll see. I'll see if I can find anything. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Well, you know where I'll be.
Yes, you know where I'll be. Well, that is our scene over, and Digi's still not back. What are we going to do?
I don't know. I guess we could look through the item list.
Huh?
I can
Sounds like a
buff
good
for
idea.
one more thing. It's literally just me it's still like going at it like a freaking like literally like somebody throwing a rock at a wall. But this is gonna be for hopefully pay off whenever they get back. But yeah, I'm rolling again. It's less dice now though, to see if I can actually bite this training dummy. And no, I literally go at it so hard, I hit it, ricochet like a dog running into a freaking sliding door, and bounce off of it. Maybe a foot.
If Paz was there, he would applaud you.
By the way, one thing that I'm noticing on the item list is the food filling your belly by a certain amount. Are we gonna get a belly meter? And if so, how empty constantly is Chomper's belly meter gonna be?
Oh no!
Oh, that's a thing.
Well, yeah, because like looking at it, like berries fills up your belly by 5. Mini apple fills up your belly by 20. We're gonna get a belly mechanic, it seems.
Oh crap! I messed up. How do I delete a roll? How do I delete a roll?
Not.
Fuck. I didn't know right click made more dice.
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
no.
that's what we told you that originally. When you
Just
pick it up, you just
roll
right click
all
the amount of
dice.
dice you want.
I didn't hear. I should
just-
right click on the dice and go.
Just toss them outside of the
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Just toss them outside. They won't show up.
Got it. Thank you very
Oh,
much.
yeah. You just chuck it somewhere that's not in the box and not in the dice tower in the bottom right.
Yeah.
Chomper stubbornly huffs, still full of energy, still like fairly enjoying it, and goes at it again. Oh, I got a 10 that time. Haha. Okay. That's still technically a 1, huh?
No, that's 2.
Like, that's 2?
Because 10s are 2.
Okay. Am I able to, like, dear fucking...
Are you okay?
What the hell
That's
was
definitely
that?
a squirrel roll.
What the hell?
What did
That
you
one-
roll?
Those were
What dice
Oh,
were
we
those?
D100s, I think.
those were even
Yeah.
10s.
I see.
Against your
Which I mean, I'm not sure where he found D100s, but he rolled D100.
By the way, I just like the mental imagery of Vane, like, anxiously poring over, like, books on what's poisonous and what isn't because of Chomper. And, like, Chomper's just busy trying to eat a dummy, effectively.
It is the best dichotomy.
I do love how the
I have a-
maximum number of dice that you can hold in your hand on Fantasy Grounds is 69.
Nice.
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 Yeah, Vane's just like, how do I keep this excitable ball alive? Meanwhile, said excitable ball a couple rooms over.
I have a thing
Somewhere
I want to
there's
do
just-
with it, but I can't do it at the Storyteller.
Somewhere
That is
Scruff
a
is just
lot.
buried in the maps and books in a completely different corner of the library.
I mean, it'll be really useful, and it's also kind of fitting that the ground type is learning geography.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I'm playing Minesweeper.
Okay, I take that back. It's not that it's maxed at 69. What happens is that you can only hold 60 in your hand, but then if you keep right-clicking, it still adds more for what actually
Oh my
for the
God.
results.
Oh.
You know, the weirdly the way that the dice gather, it reminds me of Cookie Clicker filling up the cursors. It fills them up in a circle.
Yep.
I know while I'm waiting for Enja to come back, we're going to give him another about 8 minutes, and then if he's still not back, I'll give him a call.
He did say that he had storm warnings on his end, so
I know.
his light might be out, unfortunately.
I know. I'll still give him a call
Yeah.
just to check and see what he wants to do, but we may have to call a little early today. Which sucks because I've been looking forward to this, but
Me too.
it
But
can't be
weather.
helped. Yeah.
That'll hit.
Unfortunately, you can tell the weather to piss off, but the weather doesn't have to listen to you.
Indeed.
Tell the weather to piss off, and it's just going to piss on you.
Oh my god.
Yes, the drizzler.
God, what? No, Tony.
Yes!
I have my mic muted, thankfully. I was busy trying to practice. There's actually a way you can like whisper the GM with that little dice cat tower down at the bottom right I didn't know about. It's kind of neat.
Bottom right.
That's useful. Bottom right, that little castle thing, you right click it, you can actually whisper the GM.
Yep.
My character window's been sitting over that for the last entirety of this season and the last season. I didn't notice that at all.
I literally told you guys about the dice tower a little bit ago.
To be fair, I did not know that you could right-click it to whisper the DM.
Mm-hmm.
Or the
I learned
storyteller.
something.
I only knew that you could drop dice in there to roll for only the storyteller to see.
I figured you. I figured you guys in ATA just didn't feel like using it. I didn't. What?
I
assumed it was a thing. I assumed it was part of the menu that I didn't have open.
To be fair, when it comes to whispering the storyteller, I just open up Discord and go, "Hey, bitch!"
I open up Discord just because most of my keys don't work on the laptop.
Also, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go yell at Rygon real quick.
Okay.
Alright.
Oh,
Hey,
Rygon's
Slash.
not streaming. Never mind, I won't do that.
It's
Damn.
Huh?
it's limited.
Man,
I'm not
what
gonna
do
go-
if we have to stop though?
I like how it's.
My internet's actually working today. Dang
Aw.
it. At least it was actually working this time. Away.
The only other thing I had in mind for, I had nothing else planned for tonight if we don't have this going. So the only other thing that comes to mind is just working on the RAOW system.
Oh boy. Well, I mean, maybe I could
But a break
just
would
jump on
definitely
Jedi
be
Survivor
useful.
then. If we'll take a
we
break, I'm
could.
down.
We could take Rex on a nautical adventure again.
What do you mean you
Oh,
can?
barrel trauma. You can join this
Oh,
time,
that.
Zim. If you are feeling that, I kind of really want to play Jedi Survivor 2, though. I'm kind of itching for it.
Yeah.
Haven't had a chance
Okay.
to.
So tonight I work on RAOW while you play Jedi Survivor. And I stream you playing
Okay.
Jedi Survivor.
Sounds
And
like a good idea.
tomorrow
Oh,
we
man.
can probably do that as well because it looks like Mirai will not be up for streaming tomorrow.
Aw.
She doing all right?
First off, they, them. Second,
Sorry. Yeah.
you're fine. Just, you know,
Yeah.
trying to...
Yeah.
Secondly, they're having some teeth problems. They went to the dentist today, but it's kind of... Right now they're okay, but it still set off some other stuff with, you know...
As someone who had dental problems earlier this year, yes, understand.
Oh,
It will give you the worst headache.
I am so surprised I have not had dental problems in a while.
That's good.
Even though I've got a
One time I
shattered
got it-
tooth and another tooth, I'm missing half of it, and my teeth are in terrible shape.
I remember the time when I got
and then
an
there's the two
abscess
that are just not
tooth.
there.
I got an abscess tooth because I play the trumpet.
But,
Specifically because at
Huh?
some point some dumbass knocked into the music stand in front of me and slammed my music stand into my trumpet, which launched my my mouthpiece onto like,
Happened
one
again.
of my teeth and fucked it up.
Gigi,
How
you're back.
happened again?
Did you?
You're back while we're talking.
Leaves while I'm talking, comes back while I'm talking. It's magic.
I know, right?
For me, I had my teeth are in such bad shape because when I got my wisdom teeth removed, an infection got in there and went
no.
undetected for years. The only reason that we even found out about it was one of my dentists was I had a surface level cavity. And when the dentist was fixing it, he's like, hang on, this is perfectly healthy tooth. Yet the x-ray's showing that this shouldn't be. So he got in there, did some more x-rays in weird positions, like very uncomfortably weird positions, and finally determined that the tooth was being eaten from both the bottom and the top.
Oh, God.
Yeesh.
And that's been going on across my entire mouth, basically.
Alright, he staggers
Oh,
back.
God, that is horrifying.
Good.
His smirk kind of,
So
But
right
it's
now,
been
my best
found
option...
out though now.
It has, but unfortunately at this point, the damage is so bad that
Damage has
basically
been done.
I need to completely replace the teeth. Which is very expensive.
Very expensive.
Yeah.
Also, even with all the numbing agents, it feels fucking horrible.
Yeah. Like one of the worst experiences
You can also
of my
fuck up your
life
jaw.
was leading up to me having to get the root canal because like it took them more than a week to fit me in. And so for that entire week, I was experiencing acute nerve death the entire time.
Oh, I am well too familiar with that. I have had so many abscess teeth. Like, oh.
Okay. No,
I had a one of my wisdom teeth. The only wisdom tooth that's actually been removed went completely unnoticed that it was having difficulties because my dentist, every time he did an x-ray of my teeth, he didn't actually move it far enough back in my jaw to catch the wisdom teeth, so he just kind of ignored them. And then miraculously, the moment I switched dentists, and they're like, okay, you have a bit of, we're gonna get this, and then he looked at it on the scan and went, that tooth needs to come out. I was like, I don't feel anything. I've never had any problem with it. And he looked at the previous x-rays and he went, I'm noticing one very important thing with all of these x-rays. They're all missing the wisdom teeth. They're all too far forward to actually catch the back of my teeth. And in the act of prodding it to go, maybe we can save it with a filling, it started disintegrating. So you just went, yeah, no, that needs to come out today. We're extending your session. That needs to come out now.
I wish mine was like that. Literally, I had like just headache. I was like, why am I having headaches? And headaches turned to migraines. Then migraines just turned to like I'm not able to think because it hurts so badly. And then just after like a while, I realized like every time I eat, it happens. Why is it because I eat?
Yeah.
And then my dumbass starts poking around in my mouth like, ow! I made the headache happen. Wait, oh, it's my tooth. Oh,
Yeah, that happened. That the old one was like 4 or 5 years ago that the wisdom tooth happened. The one that I had out last, I think literally it was when I was playing Corridon. I think like the 3rd week, I was like, Digi, I'm not going to be able to speak this week if that's okay. If I just like type or use a talkie card because I'm going to have a tooth out. I found out about this yesterday. And I messaged him and it's like, yeah, that's fine. You can.
I
I was
know.
like, if you even wait through it, it's fine. Through the session, that's okay.
I know I had one abscess tooth where it was one of the front teeth in the top, and the abscess got so deep and widespread that it started affecting my vision.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was scary.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets bad.
My abscess tooth was not like, you know, the front 2 teeth, but like one of the ones right next to it, like on the top. So the pain was literally so bad that if I was away from like running water for more than like 5 minutes, I would actually start like getting white in my vision and passing out. And then there was the time where I got my wisdom teeth pulled out, all 4 of them at once. And the one bit that I remember from that entire process was waking up on the table and the dentist going, you know, you have extraordinarily hard teeth. And then I was told afterwards that apparently my wisdom teeth were so stubborn that they had to break out the chisel in order to chisel them apart. They immediately prescribed me Percocets afterwards because of what they had to do in order to get my wisdom teeth out. That's how you know that they were fucking up my mouth. They straight up jumped to Percocet.
Wow.
I wish I had post-op painkillers. I had a premolar out, and the thing he said was, the root of your teeth is longer than usual. So we had to wrench around in there and yank, and my jaw was in a lot of discomfort. The fucking painkillers wore off as I stepped out of the dentist. Like as I crossed the threshold, my head was like, I can feel everything in my mouth right now. That's not good. And yeah, it wore off like halfway home. I stopped off to get an ice cream and just like shoved it against my face. Like this isn't good. And then yeah, it was like a month of just I hate everything.
Yeah, I will admit though that like the thing
They
that
did
I
not
was
give
the
me
most-
any painkillers after that point.
The thing that I was the most surprised about is that they actually gave someone from the Midwest a Percocet prescription.
I myself get for me, I've got other medical stuff going on that my doctors have always been very willing to just give more pain meds. Like I just on a chronic basis get Norco whenever I need it. But mostly because my doctors have learned to trust that I don't use them without very big need. And yes, Enja, are you okay?
Oh, so DC, flat.
Are you actually
Well,
there? Oh.
The big one. I am without power for the longest period now, and so I decided probably not going to come back. But I do have a phone and lots of data.
Oh, that's what you're doing. You're a
Alright.
trooper. But
so
I
basically,
don't
you
know.
can't actually see anything, but you can
Yeah.
chat.
Yeah.
You can just tell me how many successes you get, and I can probably figure it out from there. We don't really use it for anything other than dice rolling anyway.
All right. Well, I know Chomper wanted a moment with Luxray, so go.
Yep. Let's see. I believe last time you got 1 success again, and I believe I left off with saying that you were enjoying being able to bite something without being potentially reprimanded, even if you were getting stuck.
Yeah.
Real quick, if
Yeah.
it helps, this was a little bit like after you had dropped out. He did make another check with 2 successes. I'm not sure what it's for though, because it's not the same roll.
Oh, that's okay. This actually just works out how it is right now. I'll just go with it so we can knock it out before we start calling it a night.
Right.
All right, so Chomper is literally hammering at this over and over again. Like the whole time you've been like basically talking about the human possibilities of like our where we came from, and basically trying to cover where basically protecting Chomper from himself. Chomper's is literally just been kind of playing mainly brute forcing this this training dummy. I don't know what kind of type it is. I didn't even look at it. Chomper literally has been just going at it like a rabid dog, having fun until the losses are starting to pile up and he's not getting any feedback. He's not really even like breaking it. So with rocks and everything, he's able to chomp it. It breaks. That's cool. He's actually like doing. He's winning. He's successfully doing something really neat and he's strong. But with this, he's feeling those failures like stack up until he's just kind of sitting there, just really like having a moment where he's having to think about it, and he reaches for his head, and there's no headset there, and he just kind of scratches his head for a moment. Looking down, he starts to kind of think like, oh, I can't get it. I can't get this. What if I can't get this in somewhere where it matters? He just has a moment where he's just sitting there, and the thoughts start piling up in multiple directions until he kind of gets up. He looks over at Luxray. He has a moment where he just realizes that I want to get better at this. He doesn't know why. He doesn't know quite why he wants to get better at this, why he enjoys this scuffling, fighting, whatever he's doing. But he just goes up to Luxray and just simply says, how do I do it? How do I do this?
All right. Well, I know that this might sound like a really boring answer. I understand. I've been there. But this is a different sort of thing. You see, you know about trees and grass and wind, right?
Mm-hmm. Nods. He's being very quiet and very out of character in a way, attentive and listening.
All right. So it's all about flexibility, you see. If you can be flexible, you're more adaptable. See, when a strong wind comes, grass bends over, but the tree stays upright. But when a hurricane comes through, timely reference, I know, but this was what I was always going to go for. The tree breaks because it didn't bend over. Rocks are resilient. You can break through. It'd be like trying to chew grass. It would just keep bending, and you'd probably not make a lot of progress unless you ripped it out. This is going to take a different approach. Because you are the wind, and something that gives, like this cloth, is grass. This time, you might need these. And she is going to place a hand on Chomper's paw, or claws, rather.
Chomper flexes their claws for a bit, just looking at them. They've never really used those. It's always been about their teeth. Chomp, just their first instinct to just bite. But they're kind of looking at it for a bit. They kind of scratch the ground a little bit, and just kind of take it in. They're not really catching everything you said, but they're catching the key words: the wind, the hurricane, the rock, how they interact. It's helping him kind of learn what you're saying.
Yeah.
Even if he has a chomper brain right now.
Well, she will explain it a bit more. She will explain it a bit more easily before tapping his teeth. These are for piercing and ripping. And then she'll tap his claws. These are for slashing and cutting. And then she'll tap his tail and then the top of his head. And this is for bashing. The cloth right here, very resistant to piercing because it'll go in, but then it'll catch your teeth.
A kind gesture.
All your power is going in, but not across. Slashing goes across, but not in.
Okay, so I just heard a sound effect of somebody tipping, unless... Oh wait, that might be somebody using my Humble Bundle partner link. If so, thank you!
Nice. Good job.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Kieran.
There's some good ones on there. Think about anybody who hasn't checked the Humble Bundle link. Click on Sim's Humble Bundle link and look. There's like 4 or 5 different Humble Bundles that are all fire. Just throwing it out there. Also, thank you again for giving. Well, I didn't thank you before. Thank you for. Well, I guess I did. Thank you again for giving me the dinosaur one, Sim. I'm gonna use that. It's gonna be fun.
Oh,
Thank you.
well,
Thank you.
those were just extra keys for games that I already had when I bought those bundles. But
Thank
yeah.
you. They're still awesome. That's still keys. That's still whole ass games. But yeah, Chomper's like kind of hanging on. Like as you're talking, they can't take notes or anything, but they're actually like when you're mentioning the claws, they're scratching the ground. When you're mentioning the teeth, they're chomping. When you're mentioning the tail, they're kind of doing a test twap on the ground.
Yeah. You see how different it feels?
Just nods.
No.
Kind of feeling like he's just kind of learning how his body works, and just like actually having someone else guide him is helping him really just go at it a different way than what he was before.
Yeah. You see, because probably with the same amount of power, could do something different. And she is going to produce an apple. Now, hold on. I know you want it.
Tail
But-
is twapping.
Let's say that this apple was something you didn't like. If this apple was a rock, you have enough power to break it with your teeth. But that's not the best way to do it, actually. Because, and she's going to reel back, you could do something else like this. And with her open claw, she's going to slap it and send it sailing into the dummy, going in fairly deep before bouncing off. One move, 2 things I hit. Plus, that thing hit something hard, then it would break. But that thing is soft, but it took a lot of impact. If it wasn't the ground, I could have probably knocked it over, and then it would either have to get up or do something else.
Chomper's repeating like very softly everything that you're saying right now as you're listening.
Yeah. So, there's also other things. You've got your elements, or your types, rather. If you're stuck, try that. There's always something else you can do.
What? Do what?
Cloth would soak up the water, so water's not very good. But cloth also burns. It's about sizing up your opponent, figuring out what they're about. If it's soft, slashing will probably do pretty good. If it's hard, bashing probably does good. But if it's a plant, then it'll probably burn pretty good. Piercing's where things gets tough. Maybe if it's like hard on the outside but soft on the inside, that's when you go for the bite.
Chomper's listening intently right now, waiting for when you're able to tell them to go attack the dummy again, possibly.
So,
They're itching to try again.
yeah. So with that in mind, there's that big shitty dummy over there. What are you gonna do to win?
Chomper's thinking. Chomper's planning it out a bit. They're looking at it. They're remembering all the times they bit it, and they simply just clamped on and just got stuck but couldn't break through. Then they thought of what you said about the ripping. And they thought about, what if I tear it up? But also, just instead of trying to bite into it through it, like if I try to bite into it and tear it up, why don't I try to claw through it? So this time, instead of actually running in and just chomping down with just my teeth, I'm going to run and try to graze it with my claw as I'm passing by it in order to tear it.
Yep.
Slash.
All right. So, with that in mind, make your attack roll with 2 extra dice.
Here we go. So it's basically the same roll. All right. So, body 2. Innovation. That's 1. Unless I need to level that up. 3.
I would also accept.
Hmm?
I would also accept fight if you have it, but innovation works.
Gotcha. All right. It looks like it's going to be 2 body, 1 innovation, and
Raw or athletic.
I really gotta put 1 in those. I have integrity and perception.
Now that you're in the center of knowledge for this little village, the lot of you, might be able to spend some experience.
Yeah, that'd be nice. All right, so with that, I believe I have 6 with the 2 extra dice rolls, if I'm counting right.
Roll it.
Running slash. Hey, look at that!
2 10s, nice.
Not bad.
Oh my no! I had another 10! I rolled off the board! Okay, it's fine.
And divided by evidence.
It's way better than before. 3.
You charge forward and you slash, and wow,
real quick,
you left
it was
huge
5
mark.
successes.
Wait, what?
It was 5.
10s are 2.
Oh yeah, that. Oh yeah. Jeez.
Thanks, hard to and they explode.
10s are 2 and they explode, yes.
Okay.
Got it.
You feel your claws catching on it, but then they glide through, and then you look back, you made a huge hole! The stuffing's falling out of it!
You just hear like, oh shit. You hear, that's out of character, but Chomper just yelled in the library, if that still counts. But yeah, victory cheer from Chomper.
Say the training area is different.
Okay.
Not to mention that during this time, you know, the librarian himself is off currently training or teaching Squirrel about blocks.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Fair.
Curiously enough, Kazza's missing. But that's for later.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, you know, remember I did ask Kazza specifically to like for pointers on what's edible and not.
Yep. It seems that he went to do something, and he's not been back.
To be fair, it actually hasn't really been that long, at least in, like, you know, Vane's mind.
True enough. So at this moment, he is away from the party. So yeah, Chomper, you're receiving some great combat training.
Yay.
And I will also inform you that while I sort of expected you to get here by session 2, very well done, because this was the first point that I wanted you to reach. Because there is a lot to learn here, and I expect that you'll be here for a while. Either learning about yourselves, your types, or just general world knowledge to get you familiar. So, with making some progress, you have reached the Hamoan Library, and have finished your first quest, gaining an additional 10 experience.
Nice. So we'll be at 25.
Whoa. Alrighty. 25.
Will be able to slot in one additional attribute point, and unfortunately, I cannot award merits right now because I have no power.
Oh.
That is entirely fair.
Oh, you're giving us an attribute point too?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Cool.
Because this place is more important than you might initially suspect, but you will probably be figuring it out.
Session, and right now I'm not going long rest just because.
But everyone is also following their interests.
That is true. Chomper is happy. Chomper got to let out a lot of energy just now.
Perhaps Chomper will gain a slashing type move for his claws. Or, if one is not available, he can propose that he can gain scratch or some scratch variant like fire claw. Stuff to consider. You don't need to give me an answer right now.
Okay.
Sorry, answer on what?
Oh, I was saying, like, I'm just reminding people if there isn't a move that they want to have, that there isn't a move in Pokemon like, I don't know, Fire Claw or Aqua Claw, they could propose it, and I can say yay or nay.
Oh yeah, we have rules for that. Though I am still working on the specifics for how much those would cost in XP. But, yeah, if you ask me, I can tell you how much it would cost with the system.
Okay.
Alright.
I'll check that out.
So then, I assume that Chomper would go in full gusto definitely trying against maybe a different target to see what would happen. One of those standing wood logs.
Oh, yeah. If I'm still training, I would definitely do one of the standing wood logs. Also, I believe we talked about it, but I do have fire scratch.
Oh,
It's
you
not
do?
fire claw. Yeah.
That is good. That is a slashing thing. So thematically appropriate.
But also, yeah, I have not actually used it yet. So, yeah, this would be a great moment to try on the wooden dummies. So,
Yeah,
I guess
go
while I'm sweet, while I'm extremely hyped and excited, well, this is not going to end well, probably. I'm going to actually just go right for it. Really happy, already like pretty much riding high on that W. Chomper just barrels right towards and tries to do another slashing claw. Just not really thinking about it. You gotta use another scratch. Not really claw, scratch. But this time, might just get a fire scratch. Okay.
I'll let you keep your +2 since you are basically full of adrenaline and victory. that you finally won against the dummy that didn't fight back. It's a moral.
It is a big victory when you're not doing anything to the dummy for like 10 to 20 different bites. Especially when you're like the person who's just like known for chopping rocks in half. All right, let me try. Oh, that's 3.
That's still pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
As your claws rake across the log, you don't remember fire, but your claws are igniting, and the log has caught fire. You also do leave some marks in it, though it is a lot tougher than that wooden or than that cloth dummy. Yep, that works
Chomp.
too. Fire against things that are flammable is generally a pretty good idea.
Chomper's just literally like starry-eyed, looking back at his own claws and at the wood dummy and the claw and the dummy and the claw and the dummy and the claw and the dummy, and he's probably gonna be here for a while doing this.
Yeah, no, that's fine. We can move over to Paz. We can, as Chomper is becoming aware of his other moves.
Well,
Amnesia.
yeah. I think we already went through that scene about the amnesia.
Yeah, when you lost power, Paz and Vane had a conversation about humans and such.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. As well as, like, priorities and stuff like that.
All right. Then I would ask for a perception check from the both of you.
Alright. I'm assuming this isn't, like, visual.
No, it is based on hearing. So, like, probably body. I don't have them in front of me, so I don't remember off the top of my head.
Body, like when it comes to the expertise, it's kind of whatever they want on that, like however they're doing it, basically.
Because I'm gonna be doing it with Paz. I'm gonna probably do it like, I'll probably try and do it with like a teamwork thing. I don't know.
All right.
It's a bit open air because I don't know what we're trying to.
If it's a perception, I would say body, instinct, and investigation, I guess.
Well, if it's perception,
well, no, there's an actual perception check.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah.
No, my bad. So, body, perception, and
Oh wow. Okay.
Instinct?
Yeah, I get instincts.
Okay.
Oh my god.
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Another 8 success roll off of 4 dice.
gracious me.
Whew.
Sheesh. Scary.
And this time, it doesn't even involve someone trying to tackle me.
Oh my god. Real intense tonight.
3.
So I got 8, and then Paz got 3.
All right. Paz, somehow you are so acutely aware. You saw CL leaving with Kazza.
Who? Who is the first one?
Now,
Kaz's dad. Deal.
I see CL living with Kazza out of the library.
yep, out of the library entirely.
Well, Paz is going to. Well, since he's near Bane, he's going to give give attention to that. Hey, isn't that Kazza? Didn't you want to talk to him about something?
Yeah, and what did Vane notice?
You could hear the front door closing as if people were leaving. Paz became aware of who it was, though.
All right. Yeah, well, I was mostly just asking Kazza earlier for some basics on the survival stuff. I mean, you know, he's a lot more aware of what's around here and what's edible and all that.
Well, I just saw him living. I just saw him living with his dad out of the library. Do you want to catch up with them?
Huh. Well, I mean, it didn't really. Where's Chomper? I want to check something real quick.
Chomper.
Constant scratching.
And then it turns out that Kazza is the BBEG.
BBEG time. Woo.
Oh no, you failed an early check. He is now the final boss.
Oh no.
Oh jeez.
I failed with 8 success. Woe is me. What more could I have done for Kazza?
It is the early forced loss scenario. Oh no, the trope everyone hates.
Oh no. But yeah, where's Chomper at?
I think the last time we saw him, he went to that. He was going with that with that cat librarian.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure where though.
Huh. Well, let's try and find him real quick. I just want to make sure that Kazza didn't, try and tell someone where he was going before leaving, and then we try and catch up to him all of a sudden.
Is this when Squirrel screams out Chomper about the chestnuts?
Yeah.
This is about
You
time.
killed him. How could you?
Well, before we get to that, how about Paz? Or not Paz, Scruffy.
Scruff.
Why did you? Oh, you did it because you kept.
Scruffy. Or Scruffy.
Scruff.
Very interesting things, actually. It seems that this region has a lot of very interesting terrain because, one, it is very hilly and has a thick forest along with lakes and rivers and flat stretches of plain. So there is a lot of terrain all together in one area.
I got hills and plains, and what was the middle one?
Forests, a lake, and rivers. Normally, forests don't like to be near hills or on hills. but there is a lot of, well, let's say mismatching terrain, as the hills don't extend far into the forest. It's almost like the village itself seems to be like the middle point between all this. Not to mention, there are not any other settlements for quite the while. You can see others, but they're like several miles away at least. Many days' travel.
Scruff is going to pore over the maps and see, are there any like map markers or symbols on the map to dictate things other than terrain, so notable areas.
Yes, actually. With a glance towards the legend, there is the Silver Rank Mystery Dungeon that you do know of, the one that was guarded by the checkpoint. But there are 2 marks next to it, actually. There is the Silver Dungeon mark, but then there is a Platinum alongside with it. And
Ooh.
that's confusing. Why does one dungeon have 2 ranking markers? And under those 2 ranking markers, there is a boss marker. It seems that not all mystery dungeons have a boss at the end, but this one does. What
Scruff
that
is going
means,
to take note of that.
probably have to investigate.
Okay, aside from the dungeon, can he retrace roughly where the town is and the route they took to get there from the tree? Is there anything interesting around where the tree was?
There is, actually. Looking back, there is a small note with a dot that you would estimate to have been roughly your general location, called the impacted tree. Whatever that means, but it does seem to be one very large tree. And thinking back on it, that tree was a lot bigger than many of the other trees around it, Vane even waking up on its branches. At the time, you didn't think much of it because it was a tree, but it also had roots that were out of the ground. Though I'd been digging it, and all of the ground looked like it had been solid, as if something else had raised some of the roots up for it. So apparently, something happened enough for that tree to have been given a name, or rather, have been made a landmark of the forest.
And are there any other such noted landmarks around the village?
there is a small warning for for a scant few chestnut trees, but other than that, not in particular. However, well, aside from that, there is a note for the library, or rather, as it's called on the map, the Grand Archive. However, this map, or this marker, has a circle around it, along with a small dotted line that seems to indicate its previous position. This building wasn't always here, seemingly. Poring over the maps a bit more, it seems that for some reason, this library might be full in some strange fashion.
You broke
You're
out
cutting
there.
out a lot.
Sorry. Where did I start cutting out?
Just that last bit about the library.
Okay. It seems that this library might be mobile in some odd fashion, because there seem to be indications that it is changing positions on the map.
Where
Well,
was
that-
it previously?
The last place where there was a circle was probably about 2 miles west, far from any town. And away from the forest.
Hmm. You said that there were many different conflicting terrains.
Yes. Such as both plains and hills, a lake with rivers, and forest, all sort of meeting up at this village, or rather near this dungeon at the very least. Perhaps both points are their meeting point.
It's like a Minecraft biome.
But yes.
Are there any points of interest specifically that seem to be unique to each of those regions that's shown on this local map?
Apart from the impacted tree, the chestnut trees, and the dungeon, those seem to be tied more towards the forest. The lake and the hilly terrain don't seem to have their own individual landmarks other than being by the town, and the plain stretches off for quite the way, also without its landmark, but it does have roads that lead to other towns.
And lastly, anything along the rivers.
Apart from some water mills from the village,
Hmm.
they seem to stretch into the forest. Or rather, one seems to stretch through the forest, while the other goes along, sort of alongside one of the paths that leads to a town, with some cautionary markings of previous Gyarados sighting. Not so much a landmark as a potential caution, with some small unnamed bridges.
By the way, just to make sure that I got this correctly, one part of what you said, so is like basically all of the nearby settlements with like, road connections away from the forest, or?
Yes.
Alright.
It seems like potentially this village was intentionally set up very close to the mystery dungeon.
Understandable, it brings a lot of trade in.
Yeah. Well, not to mention the fact that apparently there's also river travel available.
Hmm.
Yep.
Which is definitely
And
good for...
ready supplies from the forest as well.
Yeah.
Stone from the hills.
We'll probably have to stock up a bit before we go to any other towns because of the fact that, there won't be, like, forest perfectly, what's the word for it? Scavenge from. To forge.
Quite probably. Or you could potentially get a ride with someone else who's also leaving the village.
We could.
Hmm.
But we'd still have to stock up.
Yeah.
I imagine with it being near the dungeon and further away from the other towns, that most trade to and from the dungeon would come through the town and go along the roads.
Quite probably.
Hmm. So, as someone from a town that only exists because of the train station, I get the whole tradie route.
Yep.
I think that's all I can think of to ask about at the moment. Scruff is just going to continue snuffling through all the books and the papers and the maps.
Perhaps you could meet up with Paz and Vane if you don't have anything else to potentially pursue, as they also seem the more academic types of the group.
Hmm.
You could share your findings.
Is there a reference point on the map to show which way around the map is?
Yes, there is a legend.
He's going to compare it to his trinket and just kind of puzzle a few things out.
Did you decide to keep the compass as your item?
Yep.
Okay.
He has a
Then-
compass. He doesn't exactly know. He knows it's important. He knows it's useful. And now he's sort of comparing the two and going, compass marker. That looks similar to that.
It does.
So if the party, if anyone happens to come across him, he's going to be snuffling around in like a circle, like moving this compass to try and make it match up with what's on the map and figuring out how it works.
Yep. Before it's like properly oriented with your compass, like, alright, so this is how it looks. The forest is on the eastern border of this town. Okay. And that way is north. And that way is south. Yep. It doesn't take a lot of work.
So the forest is east, the lake and the hills plains and rivers? Where are they? Sorry, from the town.
Oh, it's fine. The rivers from the lake extend into the forest, so also east, but they also go south. The north is where the library is, and along with most of the hilly terrain. And west is where most of the plains are, along with an additional branch from the river, sort of going alongside it. West was also where it seems the previous location of the library was, 2 miles away.
Yep.
Before settling in its current location.
You said the lake was to the south, right?
I did.
Yeah.
Very close to the town, though. Basically kissing the forest.
So the lake and the hills are to the north.
Lake is to the south.
Lake is to the south.
Fuck.
But rivers are basically branching in most directions. With small bridges here and there to cross the river.
Oh, is there anything in the north then?
The hills and the library to the north of the town.
Yep.
The library is to the north of the town. It was previously 2 miles west of its current location, which would probably just put it like mostly to the west of the town.
Yep.
In the past.
Any other questions?
Okay.
Doesn't seem that there's like very much else to the north, except a long stretch of very hilly terrain that seems to be getting more hilly.
Okay, yeah, no more questions.
Alrighty.
He's just going to be happily puzzling over the map.
I believe it would probably be like somewhere around west-northwest in terms of previous location.
Yeah. Not very far from the town, but not in the town.
I remember my days of having to navigate my fucking compass.
Yeah. Yeah, me both.
I remember 5-hour road trip with a paper map.
Road trip, that implies a vehicle being involved. I remember the 6-hour night hike. So it's like, here's a compass, here's a map, and here's a torch. Good luck.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
However, the party can probably reconvene when Squirrel and Chomper meet, with apparently the chestnuts appearing in the chest again.
All right.
And
So,
very okay. Yes.
so then back to Chomper showing up in front of Squirrel with the chest. Then, right?
Yep. And being very sternly informing them of the rules of the library. 1, please, your inside voice.
Chomper's just out of breath at the moment. just kind of nodding, but also just still actually probably starving after all that training, and really inching towards that chest for the chestnuts. Because while it does hurt, it's a good hurt because it still fills me up. So Chomper really wants to eat those chestnuts.
All right. Time has indeed passed for everyone. You've probably been in the library for some 2 hours now.
Yeah.
Bean lists off other rules, such as be respectful of other people's time in the library. You cannot take books unless you check them out. But we would ask you to make a library card first, so that you can so that it can be marked what books you borrow from the library. Do not damage any books from the library. Squirrel, Chomper is approaching the chest.
Jump.
What will you do?
He is quickly putting himself between the chest and Chomper.
At the expeditious retreat, it's really nice for them.
Hey, no, this is... You can have the chestnuts, but the rest is mine.
I will say.
I angrily make phone noises at you. In Totodile speak. Okay, chestnuts, fair. Just give me the chestnuts. I just want the food. Just hand the food. Just eat the food. I'm just so hungry. Please give me the food. He does not stop talking. He's just wanting the food.
Well, go ahead.
At this point, Vane will probably be fast approaching location, and he himself would probably just end up yelling, "Don't let him near the chestnuts!"
Emphasize into slow motion chestnuts, because I'm already diving in slow mo for the chest, trying to go for it. So you'd have to roll your speed to beat me to the chest.
Am I gonna have to roll athletics?
Yep.
All right.
Oh boy.
Athletics roll off. Roll yours too, Chomper.
I don't know if I don't know if I got the answer, but I wanted to see if I could get a point towards Brawl or Athletics for all this training I did. I have 0 points, so I don't think it'll affect my character too strongly.
As far as that goes, you don't get dots for free, but you can spend your experience for them.
Now
Okay,
that there
those,
is for it. Okay. Now, yes, because you've been training, everyone can put dots into things that they have either learned or trained, such as at this point, Squirrel could gain a specialty or a craft specialization
May darkness prevail.
Metal or locksmith.
Oh.
Vane, you lose a die from your roll.
Alright, I guess I rolled one less die.
You've been rolling 10s anyway, so it's still scary.
I've been rolling a lot of 10s, so...
Okay. So would I be able to have a specialty of some sort?
I didn't roll a 10 that time.
If you spend the requisite experience, or you could spend your experience now. 5 experience for the first dot, 5 experience again for the second dot, and then I believe 10 experience for a third dot? Yep. It depends on how much you...
Yeah, it would be 10 experience for the... Oh, is that how I wrote it? Oops.
Yeah, because you wrote down it's 5 for the first thing, and then it's the current score times 5.
Oops. It's supposed to be 5 times new score.
I asked you about that before, and you wanted
I'm
it to
sorry!
We're testing! This is how we learn things!
I literally asked you this!
I'm helping!
I'm sure you did, by... Listen, I am not smart sometimes.
No.
It was literally a major part of the entire document and basic presentation I got you about our current EXP system.
Well, I'm glad I mentioned it now then. Good thing I'm handing it out so early.
Yeah. Jesus.
Okay. Well, in that case, which ones am I able to? Storyteller.
You can add points, you can spend EXP to pick up a, let's see, get a natural fighting specialization for Brawl. I believe that would be a minor specialization for using your body.
Okay.
Or you could add points directly to Brawl, or add dots directly to Brawl, or Athletics, up to the amount of experience you have now, which would currently be 20, as everyone got 10 experience, and we've had 2 sessions prior to this one.
I don't see why not. What's that first one? Does that first one require experience that you're talking about?
The
Sounds like proficiency or
specialization
something.
also their experience, yes.
What level of specialty would it be? Because remember, those have their own.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a
document right now, but
for this, I would say it would be a novice specialty for that.
yeah.
It's fun and stupid.
I like the idea of training it up from 0 anyway. It's pretty fun. All right, so what do you think? Brawl or athletics? I think brawl. Brawl's like more the physical, everything like what's happening right now, pretty much, huh? Kind of.
Yeah.
Okay. All right,
So,
I'm gonna do that.
I
I'm
will
gonna
say there is a martial arts thing that would be under melee instead as a trained skill, if that's what you're thinking.
Yeah.
But if it's just like, you know, pure raw brawling, then yeah, that would be under brawl itself.
I was more thinking like properly utilizing his claws, fangs, and teeth, or claws, fangs, and tail.
I tell you what. Am I able to level up expertise at all? The fight one? I feel like that'd be better.
That's merits, which he said he couldn't give out yet.
Tribute right now, unfortunately, because I can't access the documents. But everyone 5,
okay.
And eventually you can level those up.
Yep.
Did you already did you put in the attribute point that I gave to everyone?
No, I did not.
Oh.
I guess I will put that on my body, I suppose.
That is fitting. Everyone remember to do that.
I took mine in mind because, you know, he may like fighting, but he also exercises his brain.
I put mine in vigor because he's been having to fly around after you two constantly.
That makes sense.
What about Scruffy and Paz? What did you two put yours in?
Haven't put mine into anything yet.
Neither. Not same here. I'm trying to decide.
Well, remember this is early enough to where I would allow you to expect the character if something was done wrong.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of like going ham with it at the moment for funsies.
Yeah. Also, to be fair,
which,
this early, it's hard to have like a bad decision when putting an attribute point in.
Yeah.
True.
I'm gonna go ahead and level up Brawl right now. With my experience, right? You said I have like it will cost 20 experience to put 2 in Brawl. That's when it sound alright?
It'll cost
5.
No.
15. Okay.
Yeah, 15 to get to 2 if you started at 0. Enja, for the metalsmithing specialty, I would say that would probably fall under Journeyman. However, the XP cost can go up or down depending on the roleplay and such. So, would you say I get decreased cost for it, or normal?
Considering that he walked you through every step of the way, and you even got to do it yourself, even correctly picking the molds, and trying a bit of the safety equipment, yes, there is a cost decrease.
Journeyman is normally 15 XP, so what will it be for the metalsmithing specialty?
Probably just 10.
Cool, thank you.
What does that one give you, the journeyman?
Well, the specialties are simply it's basically a tier of specialty. It's not so much it gives you anything in addition for having a higher specialty. The only thing that you get is for mastering it, which that is just a flat cost of 25. But some specialties are simply more advanced than others. Like, an easier example from other tabletop systems, you've got Novice, which one example there is simple weapon proficiency. You got Journeyman, which gives you martial weapon proficiency, and then Expert, which is exotic weapons.
Yeah, it's like a more specialized skill, such as like if everyone came across some like ingots and were trying to figure out their value, someone with metallurgy would be more easily able to decipher it.
Well, not to mention the
Like-
fact that appraisal also would be a good thing for that.
Yeah, but like he knows a bit more how to work with metal. He's been told about some other kinds of metal and like their different properties and whatnot. He knows how to work with metal, so he could probably also if there might be a faulty part.
Okay. I have one last question. If I can't get a discount on my brawl from the training I did RP-wise with the Luxray, is there a specialty in fighting that would give me a brawl? Or something that would help with combat?
He already said that is something that you can do. I don't have
that I
one.
Could get a discount on.
Yeah. Oh, discount?
That's what I'm asking the storyteller, yes.
You did get a lot of successes, however, let's see. You might only be able to put. Wait, you have 5 experience left after you've spent 15. Yep, go ahead.
I will say that when it comes to brawl for natural attacks, I do separate out like biting versus claws versus kicking, etc.
All right.
So it would be a claw thing then.
Oh, it's just literally just claws. You have a specialty for your claws.
Well, since we made a big deal of the claws in this one, I'd say I'd want to just like just for story purposes and to be just neat on more than just like I don't really care much for like point value and having an advantage. I just like the idea of having a character that feels like they've grown and you can see like that in like how they're made. So what is the claw proficiency? Is this called claw proficiency or what can I get?
It's just claws.
With that? And also
you put that into
you can get specialty with claws. Let's see, if I discount it by 5, then you will be able to purchase it for 5 experience.
Yeah, I'll do that. If possible.
Yep. You are now more skilled with your claws. And it's thematically appropriate since you did a lot of training and you did well.
Yeah. Okay. So. Neat. I'll just put that on there. I'm not even worried about the roll too much. I'm rolling my body. I'm rolling my... I'm just trying to eat food. You're just trying to stop me from eating the food. So... body? I'm not really fighting anything. I don't know what expertise would work with this at all. Maybe instinct. I don't know. I'm eating. Okay. And I need to take those points off of brawl. Survival? I'm just trying to eat fast. So it's literally like survival, body, and instinct. let's see, 3, 4, 5. I'm rolling 5. DT.
Chomper, you have been granted an exploding 10.
Yo, they really want me to eat these chestnuts.
Well, yeah, I mean, he made it so that way I was rolling less and also gave you an auto-exploding 10, so that way you auto-win, basically.
I'm gonna get an immunity to chestnuts if I keep eating these. I believe in myself.
Well, roll again because you got that 10.
Well, it doesn't
another
matter because
die.
he already beat me. And even if he rolls a 1, it doesn't
Yes,
matter.
but we gotta see how much he beat you by. So you got 5 successes.
Maybe something could be dex like endurance. Maybe I would love to get some kind of. Imagine if I like rolled for how like less it hurts me for the chestnuts. I would love that. Just get a. Oh, anyway, keep going. Yeah.
Right. Now. Hopping. I assume you've beat Vane. How many? By
Well,
how
yeah,
many
I
successes?
rolled a 0.
I see. Unfortunately, Vane, Chomper is fueled by seeming desperation and has found a speed that is unknown to you at this moment as he sails into the chest into the chest, which Squirrel has opened the lid of tenuously, on the condition that Chomper only takes the chestnuts.
Can I RP this one?
Absolutely.
I do have a question though. I was not fast enough. Does anyone that was around him respond to me yelling out, "Don't let him eat the chestnuts"?
Can they beat 5?
Squirrel will not. Squirrel will not because Squirrel is happy to see his friend happy.
If Scruff hears it, there'll just be a dark schadenfreude chuckle from somewhere in the back, and he'll try and position himself where he can see.
Bean will try, but I'm going to need someone else to roll a D100 for me. Higher is better.
I just want to eat the chestnuts in my way.
I rolled
just
a
let me do
99.
this. Oh my god. Why do y'all want to stop me eating these things? They're just food.
Higher is better. Immediate 99.
The shadow hands reach forward and stop in front of Chomper's face and in front of Vane's beak as Bean shushes the both of you. But Chomper crashes into the hand, which is like an unmoving stone wall. Quiet.
I rolled a 5. How does this happen? I was like 1 second from RPing me doing the thing, and it was gonna be funny. Dang it!
It was beautifully set up by chat as well, unassisted, and
Yeah,
then
chat
99.
It was ruined by me RP screaming for someone to stop him.
I guess you stopped the whole RP sentence of me doing something goofy with 1 word.
Well, it wasn't 1 word.
He also rolled a 29.
Yeah, it
How do you
was
roll a
also
99?
a 99.
It was also a 99. That is true.
How do you roll a 99?
That was a percentile roll out of 100.
How do you get those? I'm actually confused.
You see the one where it's 0, 0 all the way to the right? That's the percentile.
I know what it is, but what makes you roll the percentile? What makes you do that?
Because the storyteller asked for someone to roll them a percentile dice. Higher is better. And then I rolled the percentile dice and it was a 99.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Squirrel is looking at the fact that, Chomper was full-faced plowing into that chest and got stopped completely by the Shadow Hand. And he is even more wanting to learn the Shadow Claw.
Now, Bean is then going to reach into the chest himself and pull out the 3 chestnuts. Before, with a second hand onto each chestnut, twists them with a crunch, and then lets them fall out of the shell, revealing the nut itself. There shouldn't be any complaints if I render them safe, correct?
Not.
Here,
Ha-
yon Chomper, yon chested nut.
Has gives a thumbs up.
Chomper, these may be the first chestnuts that you have ever seen outside the shell.
Impossible.
Chomper treats it like any other chestnut and just noms it.
Huh, these taste
He noms on the
Crunch,
hand
crunch,
itself,
crunch, crunch.
too. Sorry, go ahead, Enja.
these taste different, Chomper. Don't really have pain suffering to them. They're still less, but it is
Hold on.
really
Rex,
You're cutting out.
your typing's kind of stopping, Enja.
Your typing is literally
I
louder
stopped.
than Enja and Enja's
I
typing.
stopped
It was
5
funny.
seconds ago. Still stopped.
Okay.
So, what were you saying, Enja?
Wow, these chestnuts sure taste different. They're soft and easy to eat, and they don't taste like abject suffering. As Samantha eventually arrives to the scene, like, what the hell is going on here? Hey, are those chestnut shells? You know you're not supposed to eat those, right?
Look, we've told him. He knows this. He eats them anyway.
She's side-eyeing the chestnut shells like, are they edible? To which Bean gives a firm, they are not. They are just wood.
Now, okay. Did Kazza talk to any of you before leaving?
He's gone.
I
Has
didn't
he
know he
gone?
left.
Yeah, me and Paz saw him leave with his dad. I just wanted to make sure that he didn't talk to any of you before leaving, because then it wouldn't make any sense to try and go after him in a minute.
Samantha's ears perk. Seal never comes to this library.
Well, it looks like he did to pick up Kazza.
She is frowning a lot.
So that's why I wanted to check to make sure that Kazza didn't tell anyone where he was going and who with before leaving. Because if he did, then there wouldn't be, any reason to check up on him.
I didn't hear anything. Bean, I have not heard anything. I was quite occupied at the moment. It seems that Scruff did not hear anything. You were with Chomper. I was with Squirrel. And given that Paz and the Murkrow are also unaware, it seems that no one was informed.
On an aside, we did the dumb thing again where we keep calling him Paz.
Yeah.
Sobble. Do you believe this may warrant an investigation, Samantha? Well, I sure do want to know. Chomper, you're not, like, dying, right? You kind of went Mach speed for a minute there. And, do you need food? Do you need something to eat?
Chomper's still chewing on the chestnut and just nodding, wanting more food.
Cool, I'll be right back. Do the rest of you want something?
I could probably use some food.
Does anyone dislike...
Been here.
In Squirrel's head, he's like, I wonder if they've got shiny silverware.
Wait, do any of you know what a coconut is?
Damn it, now I'm gonna end up wanting to sing this song.
Well, you've got a lovely bunch of coconuts, fiddly deedy.
Never go
Ian
for
is...
the song, but yeah.
Look, you are going to feed Chomper a cocoa nut? Yeah, I last bit. He will hurt himself. I think he'll be fine if he can eat chestnuts.
He had to go to the medic after eating the chestnut.
Oh, a coconut is different. He doesn't have spikes. Just really hard. He may fracture his teeth.
No,
Definitely.
he rocks.
Yeah, see? He eats rocks.
Yeah, he eats rocks all the time. I told him to stop.
Huh. Yeah, see, Vian, he'll be fine. I reluctantly retract my withdrawal, then. I'll get the rest of you guys something a bit more reasonable, though. Let's see. Riolu, Sobble, Snowrunt, and Murkrow. Corn, maybe? Nah, I'll just dig out some meat. Everyone likes meat. As she turns around and leaves. Before coming back with something in a bag before setting it down. One is a very large brown ball thing that she hands to Chomper and says, "It's a coconut."
It's gone. Literally just chomp it.
There is a good amount of resistance from this cocoa nut, but as he's biting it, he can sense that it's hollow and there's liquid inside.
No, you're in the splash zone. Because I'm chomping it.
Yep.
There is no coherency.
Chomper bites it to the best of his ability as Samantha distributes what look to be some sort of chops of meat that have been fried. As Chomper, with some effort, crunches through the coconut.
You put the lime in the coconut and mix it all up.
Then you buzz phone noises.
Also, you are correct, Rob. putting a dot into a new skill is only 5 experience.
Okay, then I know what I'm doing with my 10 experience from last round.
You have 20 to work with right
You have
now.
20.
Oh,
Because you have 10 from 10 from previous sessions, and then you also got 10 for completing the objective of reaching the library. So we're at 20.
okay. Well, now I'm back down to 10.
Just make
And
sure, real quick, make sure that you are all using that the big box there to keep track of what you spend and how much you spend on it.
Yeah.
Which big box?
EXP purchases.
EXP purchases, I see.
Yeah, the
And
big box
Vane,
under it.
I would accept your a survival specialty for I would either call it foraging or edibility.
I'll just put it like foraging.
Okay.
And I'll just remember that it, like, you know, includes whether something is edible or not.
Yes. Would that be novice or journeyman?
For actually like being able to know that it is or not, you know, whether it is safe to eat or not included, I would say journeyman.
All right, that would be 15 experience then.
All right. I don't know if I'll pick that up right at this second, but I know I will very soon, if nothing else.
Paz, do you need any help with your things? Or is there a specialization that you'd like to try to pick up?
I'm still thinking about it. I think I'll decide later.
All right. I will be sure to reach out to you and Rob later.
Thank you.
Much obliged.
So, unfortunately, you all do get a bit showered with coconut milk. Or coconut water, whichever it was. As the Chomper crunches a coconut, much to Samantha's delight, until she gets splashed.
Then she claws
I don't
Chomper.
think it's through.
All right, so, Chomper's been handed a coconut. What about the rest of us?
You were handed strips of meat that seem to have been fried on a skewer.
What is the skewer made of?
The skewer is made of wood.
Damn. He
We're
is
gonna have
slightly
to watch you with
disappointed.
literally everything.
Yeah.
If it's shiny, yes.
Well, another reason why Scruff's compass is not being taken out in front of you ever.
Squirrel is slightly disappointed, but he's sniffing at the meat.
The meat is good.
He will eat it.
Nom 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 nom.
By the way, one thing I just want to point out the idea of is like us questioning like what direction something is, and then Scruff just like wobbling ever so slightly and just like gives perfect heading. And we just don't know why or how, but we just accept it because he is the magic eraser.
He's the magic lad.
The magic eraser.
Magic
like that.
Man!
Magic, 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 ooh, magic.
Alright, so Squirrel is finishing up his meat. He would have made sure to bring his chest with him to the food area.
Of course.
He is holding on to the key in one hand, though, very tightly.
Yep. Bean says that he will be staying in the library, but Samantha is going to accompany you. To go figure out what's going on here.
Oh, going on with Kazza?
Yeah. It seems like the thing to do unless someone else has something to do.
Well, with Squirrel's current hyperfixation satisfied, he's somewhat turning his attention back to the fact that he has no pants. And wants to rush off to back to the tailguy.
Ah, yes. The tailor. That is also a thing you can do. Samantha may not accompany you to the tailor.
Time to split the party!
Yay!
Oh boy, again.
Again.
I mean, Vane would be much more concerned about, the whole Kazza thing, considering, Kazza told no one where they were going.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we'll see how... Well, let's roleplay then. Well, I guess since I got this done, I want to go back to the tailor. Sorry,
The tailor?
The tail guy.
First, we need to make sure Kazza's okay.
Kazza's not okay? Why is Kazza not okay? What happened to Kazza?
I just asked you if you had heard anything from Kazza before they left. They left without saying anything.
Kazza left?
Yes, Kazza left.
When was this? Well, why didn't you go ask them?
I didn't go ask them because I wanted to make sure that they didn't say anything to anyone first.
Oh.
Because if Kazza told someone what was going on or where they were going, I wouldn't have needed to be worried.
And turns out he didn't say anything to anybody, so we are worried.
Yeah, so now we're worried because Kazza didn't say anything to anyone.
Okay, let's go. He's hoisting his chest up onto his back and Naruto running out.
Should there be
Assuming the
some
front
sort of
door
check
has
for
not
him
been
lugging this massive chest around and not putting it back in his bag?
Look, if he wants to carry around the massive chest without putting it into his magical bag, then I'm not going to be the one complaining about it.
I said that out of character.
Oh.
Sorry.
We did retcon that a bit as well. He cannot put it into his bag.
Oh, okay. How did that happen?
Basically...
Chomper takes a handful of food and is following Squirrel.
Besides, Squirrel's got 2 in brawl and 2 in string, or body, so, He's got quite a bit of strength.
Yeah, okay.
I wasn't worried about his strength level.
Well, if Enja wants me to make a roll, I will make a roll. But either way, he's the plan is for him to go rushing out with it on his back.
By all means. Show me your strength. And if you might need to drop by your, like, accommodations to drop off your chest in a secure location.
Is anywhere secure enough?
I will go with athletics on this. Can I use the party reroll?
No.
No, not for this.
This doesn't exactly strike me with the importance.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess he will go the... He'll go to hoist it on his back and then remember his wings. And... I guess I need to put this somewhere instead.
I guess we could stop by the guild hall. Oh wait, Kazza's the one who knew where that was.
Maybe you
go around, ask random people.
Maybe you can leave it with the librarian. While we go see where Kazza is. If you wouldn't mind, that is.
But Squirrel is so very fond of his chest, though. He even followed me when I was going to repair the lock.
I guess I can trust you. Yeah, okay. Will you watch it for me, Bien?
I will. Just make sure that you keep the key with you, so that it cannot be opened, regardless of even if someone else finds it.
I will keep this key with me very safe.
Then your chest will also be safe. Safe travels, young squirrel.
He is already taking off for the door.
And Squirrel charges again.
Yeah.
He doesn't even know where he's going, is he? Does he?
Well, he should know where Kazza's place is.
Hopefully. Well, let's go. We shouldn't dally.
Yeah. All right. I'll fly up ahead like normal. I'll let you know if he gets distracted.
Noted. Kaz is gonna go ahead and head towards Kazza's house.
All right. I'm not going to make anyone roll for this one, unless you think that Squirrel might get distracted.
Distracted? Possibly. But I'm more going to roll to see if he actually remembers where Kazza's house is.
Fair enough. Also, Chomper has recently eaten 3 chestnuts and a coconut, so he's quite topped off at the moment.
Is he ever topped off?
No.
That's why I didn't say couple.
It's constantly ticking down. He was topped off briefly, and then it immediately ticked down.
To be fair, this would imply that he would ever be not hungry, as if, it doesn't matter if he eats a whole buffet. I feel like he would just immediately start eating another plate if you put it in front of him.
Oh
Okay,
no,
Squirrel
it's
knows where
Kirby.
he knows
This
where he's
guy's
going.
like,
Chomper is the worst nightmare of all-you-can-eat buffets.
To be
Hey,
fair,
Chomper.
he would also have like an awful experience afterwards.
Well, yes.
Chomper.
Who wouldn't stop
Should
him?
we should we go find a all-you-can-eat buffet?
Do you need the answer to that? You know the answer.
I think
Look in your
Pokemon
heart.
better than to have things like that in a world with Snorlax.
And yeah, and I was thinking of Snorlax. I was also thinking of who would win in a competition between Snorlax and Chomper. And I'm not sure of the answer.
Well, the Snorlax would win. I think a fair fight would be Chomper versus a Munchlax.
Hmm.
That's
Fair.
true.
Simply because,
Yeah,
you
just
know,
wait till I
Snorlax... yeah, wait till he evolves. Then we can put him against Snorlax. But right now, you know, Snorlax would win just because it's got more space to fill. Chomper may eat a lot, but he still has only so much space inside him.
You underestimate my metabolism.
So, how many successes did Squirrel get?
I got one. To see if he
Okay,
knows
that's-
where it is.
Squirrel charges back. Or does he knock on the door, or does he bulldoze inside the house?
Oh, he's bulldozing inside. And I believe with Chomper right with him, because they're both going together.
The entire
Well, I
party.
think we're all going together mostly. I'm just flying up above in case someone lags
Squirrel
behind.
throws the door open and startles the Kadabra. Well. Hello?
Hi! Where? Oh. Chomper, what did we come here for?
Deer in the headlights, look.
Paz is gonna arrive right behind you guys and say, we came here to check up on you because you left without saying anything.
No,
No.
we found
This is
his
the
mom.
Oh, sorry. We're trying to find Kazza. He kind of left us without saying anything.
Oh. Why? That's not
I
like
s-
him.
I saw him leave with his dad out of the library.
Oh. CL. What's he doing now? Well, probably just wanting to go train with him some more. Unless, did anything happen that you think particularly noteworthy?
Well, actually, Paz is going to mention about the whole thing where they got into they made a whole new Pokemon team, and apparently Kazza's joined them.
Is there an insight roll on?
Yes, there is an insight skill.
Yeah, there is insight.
I'm going to ask for an insight check from everyone.
Alright.
Alright.
Probably
Just insight?
instinct or something of some sort.
Just insight.
No, like, mine.
Okay.
Mine.
Okay, so when you guys are asked for a roll, it is always going to be 3 stats that go into that roll. If they ask for an instinct roll or an insight roll, then it's going to be one of your attributes, one that's relevant, so
Oh,
like
no,
insight would be
Chomper.
mind or possibly soul, plus one of your expertises, plus the skill.
I'm gonna go with mind, logic, insight. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Yeah,
I got pranked.
that's what I went with.
I got 2 10s and 2 1s.
Squirrel is not really paying attention to the conversation. Well, actually, it depends on this answer to this question. Enja, is there any silverware left on the table?
Tragically not. The table has been cleaned.
Oh, okay. In that case, I guess he will be paying slightly more attention than usual.
Okay. So, who got what successes?
I got 2. Ben got 2. The others got 1.
I got 0. Squirrel is still not paying attention.
Paz and Vane. You can see her slightly bristle as something comes to mind. Uh-oh.
It's something the matter?
Oh, no. He better not have. And she's going to leave the house immediately.
Oh.
Uh,
we gotta
It
follow
would
her.
help if we know where you're going.
We should probably just follow her. She seems to be in a hurry.
She's a mom on a mission. Don't get in her way.
Or you feel like
I'm not trying to get her away. I just want to know where she's going in case there's a distraction.
or you feel
along
like
the
the
way.
pops is gonna regret.
If we keep talking, she's gonna get out of our sight. We should probably follow her. She probably knows where Kazza is.
Hailing her.
Yes.
Scruff
Squirrel is
takes off
saying.
after her, yeah.
He's marching towards the checkpoint. Before slamming a hand on the table, causing the Marshtomp and Cherim to jump did CL come in here? Yeah. And, it seems that, Kazza took his badge back. Really? Tell me everything. Before the gate starts to shine. And CL comes out alone. Hey, hon. You dumbass. What did you do? Hold on. Let me explain. I told him very explicitly that the day he can clear this dungeon on his own, he doesn't have to listen to me. Eyes narrowing. What floor did you leave him on?
I just blame you.
The 5th?
But I want to.
Listen, he'll be fine. He's been doing great.
Squirrel is quick attacking the. He's quick attacking Seal.
Ah! Roll it. He's not dodging as he has been taken by surprise.
In the show where
I guess we all tail her successfully.
Yes.
Okay.
1 success.
Alright, roll damage.
Nice.
4.
He takes the damage. Not even an integrity roll. Ow! Hey! Listen! Let me explain! She looks like she wants to kill him.
Is the first floor really dangerous? Kazza is going to interject since they heard the conversation.
The Marsh Stomp and the Cherrim are also sort of looking at CL and saying, like, we're going to have to write you up. Or we're going to have to report this, sir. Listen, he can clear it. I know he can. I told him to go as that he should try to clear it today. You tell me the exact words you used, sir. All right. Well, I may have used some different words, and I was very disappointed that he was giving up his badge. And I told him that maybe if he put more effort into training, he could have passed the gold rank exam instead of half-assing it like he usually does. CL, he does not like fighting. Fist clenching. But he's a silver rank. He's got the potential. He's got...
Squirrel is punching.
He is not Rallis. Jabbing a finger to his chest. Apparently, they may have another. They may have another child named Rallis.
Squirrel is punching him.
Ow! Stop! Hey! He's not dodging one, but
I believe we have been given another party reroll.
Oh
no,
that was
an exploding 10 to Squirrel.
have at it. You can put that one on damage.
You know,
What are you?
I feel like you're having a moment here, but I just want to point out that he was giving up his badge to help out some amnesiacs.
I know. Listen, if he can clear this, I will not object to anything, because that means he's strong enough to go on his own.
5.
Why are you objecting to him helping out amnesiacs?
Well, like, helping you get on your way, like, it seemed like he was getting ready to leave with you guys, though.
Could somebody answer my question? What exactly is wrong with the 5th floor?
It's not the 5th floor, explicitly. This dungeon has checkpoints inside of it, the Cherrim explains. See, this is a deviant dungeon. It's not one rank throughout all the way. After the 5th floor, it changes into a gold rank dungeon. And on the 20th floor to the 29th, it changes into a platinum rank dungeon. And on the 30th floor is a boss. Now, conjured Pokemon on their own aren't difficult. He could probably win a fight toe-to-toe with some gold ones. There's just so many of them and they're relentless.
Are these things aren't usually done by lone Pokemon, are they?
No, usually, like, it's really hard to be a solo team, so being silver on his own was pretty impressive, just like CL being a solo team on his own. No, teams are usually like 3 to 4 people preferable.
Wait, why did you
That's
throw
why-
him at a boss by himself?
I didn't throw him at the boss. I told him to make his way to it and beat it.
That is the same thing.
I think he can do it. He's got his badge. If he gets knocked around too much, it'll eject him.
Oh, so it'll be perfectly fine if I fly my way in there right now and start trying to fight things, right?
Oh, well, no.
Why not?
Then they'll say like, you've got temporary badges that serve as your basic identification. Your official badges haven't come in yet. They don't have that function.
Well, no. My point is that we're rookies, and it wouldn't be safe for us to go running into a silver rank. Why would it be fine for a silver rank to have to clear through gold and platinum and fight a boss?
By himself.
It would have the
Chomper
same
blurts
results
out.
as if I just flew inside by myself.
Chomper blurts out, what if he didn't want to? What if he was scared?
What if he doesn't? What if he doesn't make it back?
CL is sweating a little bit, like, hey, no, hang on. His brother could do it. He's got the potential. He just has to try harder.
Squirrel
Scruff is aiming for his foot and is just charging back and forth.
Hey!
Squirrel is looking
Chomper's just scratching
between.
his head.
Squirrel is looking between the two fighting. The two arguing Pokemon and the portal. And he's making a run for the portal.
The marched up. Wait, no, stop!
Chomper follows.
Scruff follows. Scruff makes a fate at charging for a foot and just whizzes past and off towards the dungeon.
Okay.
Oh. Alright, I guess we're doing this now. And they don't follow after.
Well, the checkpoint guards, failed to stop you. Actually, hold on. Let's say, give me another D100 roll, but this time low is good.
Do you want me to make it again, guys?
Yep.
Go for it.
Alright. Why did you do
Another
that?
99!
I even
Kidding
asked
me.
because I had a feeling of what was going to happen, and you guys said go ahead anyway.
You said, well, Enja said that lower was better for that. So in this case, I wanted higher so that way they can't stop us.
How do you get 299s in a row? What the hell kind of luck is this?
Look, I told you, I keep telling people, when I'm a player, RNGesus absolutely fucking loves me.
Yeah, I was counting on that.
True.
The guard failed to stop you, almost hilariously, tripping over their own goddarn desks as they fall, and you can charge into the dungeon completely unobstructed. CL looking shocked as you charge. Wait, hold on, you got your butts kicked.
Paz just shrugs and just walks nonchalantly after everybody else have already gone in.
It's like past the two guards that have collapsed on the floor.
Yes, exactly.
There's the soul.
Bra is also walking towards NCL, says, wait, no, hang on, you can't. And she whirls around and points one finger at his nose. I don't care if I don't have a badge. That is my boy. And you, let me guess, you are at your time limit, aren't you? I might be. We're going to have words later. As she marches inside the dungeon.
I think this will be a good time to stop.
I really wish we went to the tailor first now.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Well, the thing is, the donation goal had been met. So,
Ah.
first floor.
Well, the first tier of the tip goal has been met. Yes.
Yeah.
No, I meant last time.
Yeah, last session.
Oh, last session.
Yeah,
Goal.
which was return the lad.
To which you arrive on the first floor, but someone is walking towards you, looking distraught might be the right word. It's Kazza. But he seems worn down, might be the gentle way to put it, as his clothing is ripped, he looks bruised and miserable.
Yeah, Vane is immediately calling out Kazza's name.
Scruff is immediately zooming over to him.
He'll perk up as if surprised to see you all before trying to scoot a little bit, guys, what are you doing here?
Well, you left without saying anything, so we came looking for you.
Oh, guys, my dad came by and said, well, he found out some stuff, and we had a talk and made a deal. If I could get through, He's then going to frown and says, I couldn't do it.
Don't be worrying about that. Your mum found him before we did.
We already know the gist of what happened, thankfully.
As you are all pressed together, as the Kadabra hugs all of you. Oh, honey. Oh my god, you're terrible. We're going home right now. Mom, you're... Don't worry about that right now. We're fine. Let's all go home. And we're going to be talking about this later. But no matter what, you can join the team and you can leave if you want to, honey. Your dad won't be able to tell you what to do anymore. You can prove yourself, and you're just as good as any other team member, even if you don't want to fight. There are other ways, honey. I know that he's very insistent, but you don't have to be like him. He doesn't respond as the Kadabra, with motherly strength, hoists all of you up and walks back out of the dungeon. Through the same glassy entrance. CL sweating buckets as he sees Kazza just looking like he might need a few days down. Hey, Amp, don't talk to him. Okay.
Is it sad that I kind of wanted to have us actually go through the dungeon already?
Oh, no.
Oh, it would have been a horrible fucking decision, but we would.
It would have been a terrible decision.
Oh, I know it would have been, but I still wanted to.
Well,
go for the eyes, boo. Go
I
for the
will.
eyes. Rask!
Oh no.
Oh no.
What's that?
Well, Interesting.
Can't be
It
bothered.
is.
I see the name.
You say?
It is too early for game-breaking influences, whoa, on this game.
Whoa, you've been told.
Too early. What do you mean?
We
First
don't
couple sessions, you're not allowed to use game breaking and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's about the 4th session and such that we start allowing those.
Which
Oh,
is
so
Well,
next
Yep,
one
yep,
actually.
come right up on that.
Yep.
Next session.
Yeah.
It'll only be next session or the session after.
I will
Though-
say, Zim,
Real quick, I will say that this one would only be a moderate. So if you want to redeem it again at that level, you could, and we'll send it to Enja for him to decide.
Don't
I will.
teach my hamster to suck eggs.
I think he did.
What eggs?
Eggy.
To suck.
Ah, I heard a different one.
Don't teach my hamster to suck eggs.
That's like Boo the space hamster.
Yeah, boo the hamster.
Yes. Alright, there's the
Space
influence, Enja.
Yeah, so I will say, Zim, that the moment that now we actually have Kazza, if we hadn't encountered Kazza, Scruff would have been all for go through the dungeon to find him. The moment we find Kazza, he'd be herding everyone back to the door.
Oh, I agree.
Mission accomplished, everyone. Mission accomplished. Let's get the hell out.
Subject recovered. Leave.
Especially since they actually had items.
No items and very extremely little training.
To be fair, one of us has extremely little training.
Hmm.
The rest of us have no actual training.
Yeah. But yeah, there we go.
Correction.
Thank you, but I will accept that correction.
Say that roughly one silver rank conjured Pokemon could stand like equal to one of you. So if in a 5-on-1 encounter, you could have probably made it down a decent ways. As long as you always outnumbered them.
Whilst we're all still being held by the mother, I'm going. Scruff wiggles up a little bit so he can perch on Kazza's shoulder and just be warm, fluffy thing.
Kazza appreciates this. Also, he will take out his former badge. Oh, it's damaged. He's
Oh
then going
no!
to sit at the checkpoint counter, and they're going to catch it, and just like look at Seal and say like, "We're definitely gonna need to report that you intentionally abandoned someone inside of a dungeon." Get demoted, or something. Well, something's gonna happen, sir.
There will be consequences.
As she hauls them all back to the house before setting them down onto the couch and then also taking a seat, her arms finally tired, like, oh, all right. Now, oh my god. I'm going to tell you all congratulations on your new team. And thank you for being such good friends to my boy. If there's anything I can do for you, please let me know. I know that...
Food?
Yeah. You can go for dinner.
Just the most innocent, honest question of like, you got food?
Of course we have food.
Chomper, you ate like 3 coconuts earlier. You still are hungry?
This is currently Chomper without any headphones on. I am stress eating right now without even telling you. So literally, it may sound cute, but Chomper is stressing the F out right now.
So I suppose maybe there might need to be some explanations. Or maybe that doesn't really matter. I suppose, do you want to know, or will we just leave things as they are?
Explanation for what exactly?
My husband in general, maybe?
No, I think I pretty much got the gist of what his deal is.
Alright. Well,
If anybody else wants to listen, they can though.
well. No, I think you understand him. The problem is that Kazza has an older brother who is a cadabra like me, but he was also trained by CL and did very well. He's not a solo team, but he left a while ago and has been pretty successful. He's sort of a mixed fighter. He's strong. He's very strong for a cadabra in both physical and mental aspects. Very well rounded. I know that CL believes that Kazza can be just like his brother, but he doesn't want that. And I know that you guys also, even if you're a little bit eccentric, I think perhaps going with you would be good for him.
From the conversation I heard earlier, I heard that he was doing things solo up till this point. Is that true?
Well, yes. There aren't many other teams around here, and well, CL can be a little bit, let's call it overbearing. And since there aren't many teams and there are no people that Kazza's age that are on a rescue team, or rather that are trying to join a rescue team, he was, well, there weren't many teams that he could really fit into. Accepting a new member onto an existing team takes a bit of effort, because then you have to figure out the dynamic, and then, well, most people hear that he doesn't have any ranged moves or psychic moves and politely decline. As, well, apart from transportation, Abras aren't supposed to fight like that.
I'm guessing Abras are more mental fighters, I guess. You mentioned physical and mental before.
Yes. They are supposed to float and shoot psi beams and like debilitate people instead of getting in their face and throwing a punch. Kazza is a mono psychic type. CL is a mono fighting type. CL doesn't know how a psychic type is supposed to fight. So he's not been training him in Kazza's specialties. So Kazza's been having, well, Rallis thankfully seems to have some natural aptitude for it. Kazza has been trying his best to do something that he's not really suitable for. CL seems to assume that him not liking this is, well, not putting all his effort into it. But that's pretty natural, and I just can't seem to get him to understand that. That
Well,
when someone thinks something that they're interested in, they can't do their best.
well, I can kind of understand trying. What was that?
Pranked by the phone. Let's go.
Well, I can kind of understand trying to train somebody in something that they wish to be better at it, but this is definitely not that kind of situation. This is something wrong.
I hoped CL would understand eventually, but it seems like he got a little desperate when he figured out that Kazza was going to be leaving. I suppose he wanted, well, a long time ago that they did agree that if Kazza could clear that dungeon himself, then he was ready for the world. I know he wasn't meaning to harm him, but this is an overreaction that he's going to have to pay for this time.
I really do hope he gets some sort of comeuppance because Kazza looks like he's going to be out for a few days. He mentioned that the dungeon would eject Kazza, but Kazza was almost passed out when we found him.
True. Normally, from my understanding, a badge ejects someone when they faint. It didn't look like it was in good shape, though.
Oh, his badge was broken. If Kazza had faith, he would have remained in the dungeon.
Probably. Thankfully, conjured Pokemon don't go for the kill, but staying in a dungeon is just as bad. If you don't have a lot of time, that is.
Time? What do
Oh,
you mean
Yeah,
exactly?
you mentioned something about him being at his limit too, time limit.
Well, amnesia. I'm not a member of the rescue teams, but I do have some knowledge. Apparently, you can't stay in dungeons for too long. The general time frame is like a week. Some people who are overeager will spend a lot of time in dungeons, getting resources, fighting the conjured Pokemon, etc., and coming out to sell the resources only to go back in. Some of the more zealous ones even sleep inside dungeons. But if you spend more time inside a dungeon than outside a dungeon, something happens to you. We're not sure what. It's just a phenomenon called being seized by the dungeon, where you change. It's not always a for sure thing, and some people can get very lucky, but it does disable your badge. So, if you don't reach the end or walk back to the entrance, something seems to overtake your mind, and you start behaving like some of those conjured Pokemon. Then they need to send a rescue team after you to knock you out and take you out of the dungeon itself. When you're outside the dungeon, the strange thing goes away, but now you'll need more time away from the dungeon. Like an extended break. Yeah,
Sounds
if
sounds
I'm
like
correct,
it,
was
it
getting pretty close to that time limit. He spends a lot of time inside the dungeon.
it sounds like some sort of mind virus or something of the sort. That's
It's
Well,
called a mimetic hazard. Gosh.
well, people assume it's some sort of defense mechanisms to keep dungeons from being either over-farmed or maybe just being too saturated in the dungeon's energies.
Chomper's intently listening right now. He pulled an rock from his pack and is actually, instead of chomping it, he's actually kind of nibbling on it.
I guess
He's
maybe,
not really looking at you, but you can tell he's listening.
I guess maybe that's why the dungeons don't run out of resources that easily, because people can't stay in them for too long.
Yeah, seems like that's the case.
Hey,
There's
I
we don't
noticed
really
something
understand.
that you kind of said earlier. You said that Kazakhstan didn't want him going out into the world until he was able to clear the dungeon by himself. Is the rest of the world really that dangerous that you have to beat a platinum boss by yourself before you're
No.
ready?
Not at all.
I think CL just wanted Kazza to prove himself to him, but he went too far.
You hear a
The world is
crack,
depending
and
on.
you hear steps go outside. Chomper leaves.
Oh,
Chopper!
Squirrel has been sitting there fidgeting with the mirror this whole time, as well as his key. And as soon as Chomper goes outside, Squirrel's going out as well.
Oh boy.
Chomper is going for the tailor right now. He wants his headphones.
well,
Squirrel
Yeah,
doesn't
this
know
is
where
really
Chomper's going, but it's ADHD brain going burr. He's following Chomper.
well, I suppose that's the size of the situation. Thank you for listening. Those.
Well,
That's
Kazza is our new teammate. We may as well have some knowledge of what's going on with him.
Whilst the other two have gone outside, Scruff is just going to stay next to Kazza.
Kazza's just looking himself over. It's like, I can't fix this. I'm probably gonna need to go visit Miss Levani. Are you sure, hon? Can I have an orange berry? Of course, but is that enough? It'll be fine for now. As Kazza chomps on the blueberry, he does look a bit better. Or rather, externally he seems fine.
Pass it.
Most way.
Well, since I think we're down here, I'm going to go make sure that those two don't get into some sort of trouble wherever they're going. But he's gonna go ahead and leave for wherever Chomper and Squirrel went. Supple.
Kazza nods and stands up and is like, alright, I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go turn these in. And I guess while I'm out, I can probably hand over all the stuff I picked up. I might as well get something out of this.
Yeah,
How far did you go, hun? If you don't mind me asking. Floor 22? Oh. That's... Oh my. You did your best. How did you get out, though? I had an escape orb. Oh, of course. I'm so glad you didn't go in unprepared.
oh yeah, didn't you use that as an example of what an orb was earlier to us?
I did. Escape orbs are very useful. They leave because you can leave with your badge, but more often than not, somehow that tends to be a rougher trip. Probably because the badges are reusable, but the escape orb isn't. Some things tend to like slip out of your pockets or your badge, or your bags. The
Oh.
escape orb, while it is only a one-time thing, it's a safe, smooth trip right back to the beginning.
Yeah, it's also good to have one in case your badge is damaged.
Also that, yeah, like everyone should always have one, but they are 300 poke, so not everyone wants one.
Well, that doesn't make much sense.
Well, some people only go into well, if you're only going into a dungeon that has 5 floors and it's only like bronze rank, people don't tend to take it too seriously. Yeah, but thanks. I mean, I didn't really think I'd win, but I guess I got farther than I thought I would. I saw a Flygon.
I'm gonna pretend I know what that is.
Oh, big dragon thing, green, big red eyes, or maybe they were goggle. Yeah, it started flying and punching me, and then I decided I'm done. I don't think I can win this one.
Yeah, if a giant dragon started punching me, I figured I would probably be done too.
Yeah.
Just wait for Squirrel's day.
as Kazza is also going towards the tailor to turn in his things.
Yeah, I feel like Vane would probably he figured his kind of thought process is that he kind of feels like Kazza needs his friends more than the dynamic duo will get up to trouble without him there. So he's gonna be sticking with Kazza.
Fair. Well, one way or another, the party's gonna meet back up at the tailor. But
Well, yeah, but Vane doesn't know this. He's just kind of,
also, despite his lack of confidence, this might be strong.
Oh yeah, no, he's definitely gonna be strong. But the thing, the thing about it is he shouldn't have been in that situation.
No, not at all. God, that's so funny saying it out loud. But when the dragon came down and started punching me, I decided I was done.
It is pretty funny.
It is pretty funny, yeah.
So yes, Chomper and Squirrel charge into the tailor. Chomper looking like somewhat like an addict going through a withdrawal.
He's very much just obviously rattled and just overwhelmed. He's not smiling. He's not really shaking, but he's definitely just looking to just kind of have something to stop thinking about it. So I guess that's a good way to put it.
Has arrived soon after. Sobble arrives soon after.
The Livani's like, oh, hello, darlings. Can I? Oh my God! Hi, Miss Livani. What happened to you? You look like you walked through a hurricane or a bramble patch, at least.
Oh, 1 second, I got raided. Hey, what's up, Captain Scriblord? Thank you for the raid. We're currently doing a tabletop game called Lost in Chaos, basically Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. So yeah, been doing that. But yeah, welcome. Thank you very much. I'll give you a shout out, actually.
Well, this is where you two went. Okay, well, that worked out.
Can you fix these? Oh, dear. Well, they are savable. You're gonna need to give me some time with these, darling. You understand? I do. Alright then. As her, like, hands move very quickly, and suddenly there's a bundle of pink cloth in them, and Kazza is without them. And now you see that Kazza is, unlike a regular cadaver, he doesn't seem to have the chitinous plating. No, he seems to have brown fur in place where it would be. And, well, fur.
Well, it ain't like I would know that, so.
Sure enough.
Yes, but that's interesting.
Thank you, Miss Levani. Just come back when you... Just take a bath. And the rest of you, how can I help you?
Oh, I was just sticking with Kazza for now.
Good man.
I want to
Well,
get
you won't be
my...
sticking by you, Kazza.
I was just making sure these two didn't get into trouble. It seems I was worried for nothing this time.
I want to get my stuff
Did I get
made.
the headphones?
Go ahead.
Yes. The strap
Okay.
has been on the headphones, and it is ready for you.
Nice. Okay, well he's literally doing grabby hands for the headphones. Just urgently.
She will give him the headphones, a bit curious by his extreme expression, or rather his intense need.
Instantly puts it on and doesn't know what's playing. Something literally called like little root or some kind of route or something. Either way, it's calming the Totodile Fukoko mix, and they're just kind of just humming and nodding to the beat, and they give you a very grateful like look and nod and thumbs up.
Mellows out immediately.
Mellow.
Well, alright then. I'm glad you appreciate it. You won't need to be paying off your tab until I finish all of these, but, well, with this, it looks like that might take a little longer.
Oh, well, no problem.
Squirrel, yes?
Yes,
I
I wanted
finished-
to. I wanted to
I
work
have
with you to
finished-
make the stuff.
Well, I've only finished the arm guards, actually.
Oh, I wanted to help you make them.
Well, I've still got the cape and the pants left.
True. Let's do it.
Okay. Maybe you can even help me with some of these.
You're fading out a bit.
Sorry. She'll like unfurl a section of the dress. There's a huge tear in it. Like,
Oh, real quick. Not really redaction, but if you look at the MP3 that's playing, you'll see on there. It's ironic enough. Carry On, My Wayward Son is playing right now in my headphones. So I'll throw that out there.
wayward. Well, oh, don't you worry, young man. There's apparently plenty to do.
Ooh. Yeah, I can help.
Great. Ever held a needle before?
I don't know.
Well, no time like the present. Now, does the rest of the party want to stay here? As Kazza is probably considering just going home and laying down. This has been a day for him.
Well, we don't know where our dead party quarters are yet, do we?
Yeah,
Cass
I
is the
was
one.
actually just about to ask Kazza that.
Cass is the one that has that information.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I know where that is. Hey, yeah, we can have a night there.
Yeah.
Just as a maybe.
Hey, isn't it where you sell off all the stuff anyways? Didn't you want to do that?
Oh, yeah. Livani, can I have the sash back? The one with the pockets? Okay, just bring it back later. It's a bit... I will.
That alarm has comedic timing.
I know, right? It's great.
It does. How dare you? Rex, you are sending me beep beep messages to make my phone vibrate.
After.
I guess that's why it had
after.
such good
Beep,
comedic
beep.
timing.
No, that was just by chance. I
Oh.
just did it after.
Alright. As Kazza will take the others, who do not want to stay at the tailor's, to the guild hall. Now I have a very important question. Chomper, are you going with him?
Going with everybody?
Well,
Yes,
Squirrel's the
Squirrel
one
staying.
staying at the... Yeah.
But it seems
Oh.
that to the guild hall.
Well, I'm basically vibing if I was to think in character what Chomper would do. As long as there's somebody from the team where they're at, Chomper doesn't really want to move too much, so yeah, they probably would actually they're staying with Squirrel.
Fair enough. The dynamic duo remains.
Yep.
Scruff would probably go along.
Alright.
They're still kind of in sheepdog mode.
I mean, Vane is definitely still just in Kazza needs friend mode.
Yeah, Kazza needs friend. Kazza needs company.
They do go back and move or take everyone to a very large but decidedly a single story building where there seems to be like a few other people here, but not terribly many, and a couple of counters and a board on the wall that seems to have papers that have been like stuck to it with thumbtacks or some equivalent. This is your first time here. Alright, so this is the guild hall. They have rooms for teams up here. You're a new team. The rooms are in the back. That over there is the mission board. Usually you'd have to declare... Wait, no, I think they told you. Right, at the checkpoint. You're an explorer team. So usually guilds give missions to explore some dungeons or patrol. After you take the mission, you take it to the receptionist over there, and they would confirm that you're taking the mission. If there are any other duplicates of that mission, they would inform the other guilds that it's been taken and would either inform other teams that a team is already doing it, and they'd probably have to split the reward, or inform them so that they don't take the mission. Teams are allowed to work together, though, and in some cases that's even encouraged.
I'm guessing,
See.
especially if there's like, a new dungeon or dungeon entrance that needs exploring.
Right. Explorers are usually the ones on patrol, or like there are plenty of missions that are outside the mystery dungeons also. Like if there's something dangerous that's been spotted, like they'll usually send the explorer teams to go check that out. But also when a dungeon needs to be cleared so it doesn't make a temporary entrance, it's also the explorers are the ones that are sent.
Yeah.
Explorer teams are the most mobile. They're expected to be mobile teams. We handle a lot of stuff and we're the first responders. When there's a real problem that has been confirmed by explorers, usually the rescue teams are the backup. If the explorer team can't handle it right away, or when an explorer team gets stuck in a dungeon. And then there's the prospector teams. Those are sort of the dungeon specialists. They're the ones that kind of farm the dungeons a lot. They know the dungeons inside and outside and which ones give what. They're specializing in, well, getting resources out of the dungeon for the rest of the world. And that over there is the counter where you turn things in. You can also turn things in at the checkpoint, but I was tired.
Yeah.
So he will march over, and there is a grow vial behind the counter. It is a very large counter with a heavy set of scales also. Oh, hey kid. You're out of your ensemble. Yeah, I've got stuff. As Kazza starts pulling large planks of wood out of the pockets, along with a whole array of fruits and vegetables. Before finally stopping after taking out a few seeds and a few other colored berries. Alright, how much is this? Alright, let's see. Is that all? Kazza checks the pockets a few more times before also setting one orb on the counter. And a weather orb. Alrighty. As they will begin inspecting everything and start putting them on the scales. See. Good haul today. That will come to a total of...
Rank up! Hold the line! This hamlet shall not fall.
Fauna Offlorer raided my stream with 4 viewers.
Fauna Flora, thank you very much for that raid!
Disciple.
Welcome in, everyone. Welcome. You've come into the middle of our Lost in Chaos RAOW campaign, which is our new Pokemon Mystery Dungeon tabletop campaign. Crystal, thank you very much for that follow. I will be in the chat, but I hope you had a great stream, Fauna. Go ahead.
Alright. Looks like you didn't find any bands today. I'm just putting them in storage. Alright, kid. Anyway, your total will come up to 2,247. As he will hand 3 coins to 1,000 coins, and the last one being 247. Thank you. As Kazza would take the Poké and he starts putting it into a very large bag that seems to basically seemingly collapse the materials inside of it. But it has a curiously large opening, or rather, being that this is basically a large burlap sack, perhaps a very reasonably large opening, as he just seems to feed the planks of wood in. And, do you need something? No. Kazza shakes his head slightly and gets back to walking, going past the desks and down a few hallways before stopping at one of the rooms with a plaque on it that says vacant. Okay, let's see. He pushes the door open and there are lots of straw mats on the ground, along with one dresser and a window. And a light. Okay. This room looks alright. What do you think, guys?
Oh, we can choose the room as long as it's
Yeah.
vacant.
Yeah. We just take this plaque up to the front. They'll give us or rather they'll note that we're using this room. And when we leave, they'll set everything back in order and put the plaque back on it.
I see. Well, it looks fine to me as long as there's enough room for all of us.
Yeah, it looks pretty good to me.
Pretty big. After all, there are some really big Pokemon.
Yeah. So you said we just take the plaque up, right?
Yep, take it up to the counter.
Alright, I'll go ahead and do that. I'm gonna have a small look around and take care of something, and I'll be right back, okay?
Okay. As Kazza steps in and then just sort of like sits down on one of the straw mats and just like, oh.
Vane's gonna go ahead and use his talons to like detach the plaque.
Easily. It's like,
You're breaking out.
Breaking up really badly.
Oh, okay. Is this better?
Yep,
Yes.
you're good now.
Alrighty. It's not really stuck to the door. It's more like on a nail, so it's just sort of hanging there. Taking it off isn't hard.
Yeah. He'll go ahead and do that and like clutch it in his talons and bring it up to the front desk.
They will ask for your badge.
Here, it's a temp badge, but it should work fine.
They look it over and nod. They're like, oh, a new team. Huh. Interesting. Well, I hope you can find some work fitting for your skill level. But we'll definitely house you. Here you are. As they will sign on which room you're temporarily borrowing and mark it under Team Chaos.
Alright. Do they like give anything for Vane to take back, or is it just, they've marked it down so it's good?
They marked down that room is being used by your team.
Alright.
But they say that if you have any special conditions or require additional commendations, that now would be the time to say so.
Don't think so.
Then we hope you have a nice time.
Sure we will. And Vane's gonna actually exit the building and fly off basically as fast as he can to Kazza's place, just so that way he can let Kazza's mom know that they're gonna be staying the night at the guild hall.
she appreciates that and says that she'll make some sandwiches to send over.
He'll wait around for those, but he's trying to make good time so that way he's not missing for an extended period of time or something.
Right.
He did say that he was leaving to go take care of something, but he doesn't want him to get worried.
She is hastily slicing some bread and preparing what looks to be a meat and slightly cooked onion sandwich with a white sauce that she explains is mayonnaise. Just a simple chicken, or just a simple sandwich. Before sending you back with a basket of them.
All right. He'll be flying slower on the way back, so that way he doesn't fuck up the inside somehow. But he'll make his way back. Although he is going to actually, would the door to the room be open or closed? Assuming that there is a door.
There is a door, but there is also the window that you saw.
Well, yeah, but he doesn't know if that opens or not.
That window does open.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying that he doesn't know.
Ah, fair enough.
So he'd probably lightly be knocking the basket against the door to facsimile a knock.
Yep.
Has opens the door for you.
Yep. Hey, I got something for us.
Oh.
And he's gonna bring in the basket and set it down in front of Kazza.
Oh, my mom said something.
Yeah, I went ahead and let her know that we'd be staying here for tonight. That way she wouldn't worry.
Oh, right. She said that we could be there for dinner. I guess this is...
Good thinking. I actually forgot about that.
Yeah, after all this, I kinda didn't want her to think that, Kazza went missing again.
Oh, yes. That is definitely true.
I feel like we'd wake up to the morning with half the town gone.
Yes.
Yeah, they don't go missing that much. But he does seem to be in good humor.
That much? Does that mean that you do go missing sometimes?
Well, sometimes I take longer. You remember when we first got here, it was like my dad was waiting to get to town because I'd taken a mission to go on a patrol in the forest. Just waiting for me, so it would have taken a really long time to get back.
Ah.
Well, yeah, but I feel like there's a difference between being late getting back and, not being back at all on the same day.
Yeah, true enough. Yeah.
So, I don't want to open up a wound, but I do wonder how was your experience inside the dungeon that your dad left you in?
Oh, I mean, I've been there a lot. He takes me there a lot. I guess this is just the first time that he left, so he kind of takes me with him, and then he just tells me to take something on my own, and I mean I can. It's not easy, but he's usually there to watch, and sometimes he uses a move, and it helps. It helps me.
I can't believe he actually just left you in there all alone.
Yeah, I mean, those outpost guards seemed really mad at him for that, too.
I mean, that's against the rules. I'm only supposed to go down to floor 5. And, then I'm supposed to turn back because I'm not high enough rank to go farther. But you can go if you have if another team is with you that does have the clearance. It's sort of like usually an apprenticeship thing or a training thing. Like, suppose like a bronze rank was a little stuck but wanting to improve themselves, they could ask a silver rank or a gold rank or something higher to take them to a tougher dungeon than they had clearance for. As long as the gold or other team was with them, they could both go into the dungeon, and they could do their best.
So
At his rank to get all the way to the end, he could have the allowance to take me.
So things would have been fine if he had just stayed with you. I wonder what came over him that he decided to just leave you all alone there. Like I understand your father wanted to train you to make you stronger, but I think he went too far this time.
Well, I don't know. Maybe he thought if I was cornered that I'd stop half-assing it, as he called it. Like, maybe he thought I just could try harder if I didn't have a choice.
Well, yeah, suppose I can understand that logic. There is I think there is a saying about a corner something being really dangerous, but still.
Oh yeah, the cornered tatter will bite the Persian.
There be ways of doing things, and that was not one of them.
No.
It's all well and good doing it to yourself. You're yourself. You can do what you like, but forcing that on someone, that's where I draw a line.
Where I'd rather like that he basically just left you in a dangerous place all alone. And it's actually good that we came that we actually kind of just went through the gate to find you. Otherwise, you may have fainted before you came out of the exit. You were pretty beat up.
Is it wrong that I kind of maybe hoped that he was right, though? That maybe I could finally do it, and that he'd finally be happy with it?
No, I don't. Honestly, I don't think it's wrong to feel that way. We all hope we can accomplish things, don't we?
Yeah, well, I certainly don't see the harm in trying it, but it has to be when you want to.
There has to be more safety in place too.
Well, yeah. But I mean, like, if Kazza wants to come back later and try it again just to finally do it, I don't see the problem with that. The problem is just that, his dad made him.
Yeah. His dad just basically just left into the den and just said, "Good luck, kid."
You need to know that you're ready. There's no point. There's no point if you're just chucked into it.
You know, I was a bit apprehensive about this whole team explorer team idea in the first place, but now I'm actually kind of excited to see where we're going to start when it comes to this whole thing. I wonder what we're going to do first.
Well, we're definitely gonna go somewhere else.
Oh yeah, not the Deviant Dungeon, definitely not.
Yeah,
Besides, I feel like Kazza's seen the inside of that one enough for now.
I don't want to fight Scythers.
What's a Scyther?
It's a giant, a big green bug thing with the blade arms.
Sounds like a monster.
It's not great. They're also flying types, so fighting type moves are also not great against them. And they have type advantage on me.
Oh. Huh. By the way, Scruff, I know that you were looking at geography stuff. That's what you asked for, right? Where's the nearest place we could actually go to? Scruff?
Scruff?
Sorry, what? Can you repeat?
Vane was asking you, because, he heard that you were looking after the geography thing. He was going to ask you where the nearest place we could actually go to was.
There's quite a few places, actually. There's a few patches around. What are you aiming to go for? Or is it just a day's outing?
Let's see. If I'm remembering correctly, there's a town called Blue Light that's down the road.
Is that the one down the road over the plain, along
Yeah,
along the river?
Yep. You'll find a
Oh,
lot
yeah,
more
that is, and he trails off, looks down, and you can't see what he's looking at. He's looking at his compass, and rotates his body to face. Right, that was west, and he sort of rotates on the spot until he's facing north, and then knows where west is, and then swivels that way. It's over there.
Kazza is staring a bit because he doesn't know the orientation right now. He's like, probably.
Scruff, I think that's a wall.
But it's through the wall. You have to go outside. You have to go outside, and then you go around, and then that way there's the plains and the path and the river. So said in a tone of said in a tone of, how do you not understand this simple thing? As he's apparently synced up to the ways of the world, and it's through that wall.
He's perfectly synced up to the magnetic ways of the world.
Yeah.
As a ground type.
You have no idea that he literally just put his head down and looked at a compass.
Yeah, no, we don't. It's just like...
He shall keep his mysteries.
Alright then, keep your secrets.
It's impressive that you can just know.
I don't know why. Every single time it happens, regardless of the context, it's always comedic timing.
Yes.
It was just like a lull in the conversation. In the distance, somewhere there is a trumpeting.
Probably I'm not responding to anyone because I'm giving this my entire attention.
Are you still out of energy over there, SDG?
Yep, still power outage.
Oh,
damn.
Like I said, I'm pretty sure that this was the big one.
Yeah.
Scruff perks up a little bit as he thinks over nearby places and looks at Kazza and goes, well, he was meaning to ask, did the library move?
Oh yeah, it does that.
Wait, what?
Ooh, that explains a lot, actually. And then just moves on with the conversation.
Wait,
On
wait,
to
what?
something else.
Wait, what the hell? What the heck do you mean that the library moved?
Well, I don't know all the details, but it seems like the library shifts like every month or so, and sometimes it just seems to disappear completely.
Oh.
Has tilts his head. Really? How though?
Yeah. Like, I think if it wants to, like Samantha can like make it stay, but like I don't think it does.
FYI,
But yeah.
we have about a half hour left before we have to end.
Yeah.
Oh,
Perhaps it's about time to start wrapping up then.
Yeah.
Unless we're going to go for at least another 2 to 3 hours after this.
I can't.
I should
I didn't
conserve
think
my
so, but
I was thinking I could.
I
do it,
really
but
enjoyed the
yeah.
hopeful tone in Zim's voice as he said that.
Yeah.
I enjoy this game.
I enjoy this game as well.
Yeah, me too.
But also watching like a 10-hour recap is suffering.
You see, if you just took notes while it's all going on, you wouldn't have to.
Hang on.
You were. Oh my god, that flabbergasted like trail off is great.
No, because I'm looking at my notes, and my notes might make Tiberius sad just with how all over the place they are in their own little boxes.
I should have
Looks at my looks at my like 3.5 to 4 pages of notes.
Oh
Yeah,
no, I've
notes.
shoved all of these notes onto an A5 piece of paper.
I let you take notes.
Anyways, we got a half hour. Let's play.
Yes.
I have a laptop which I have left one of the sheets open on. So if we do start wrapping up, I could actually distribute merits now.
Ooh.
That's technically still playing.
Yeah.
I do think that we I think the Sobble, Scruff, and Vane group bonding session with Kazza is kind of at its near its natural end.
Yeah.
So I think at that point, it would probably be best to go back to Squirrel, making his own stuff with the help of these Taylor.
All right.
Someone will probably just go to sleep pretty soon. It's been a long day.
Vane's gonna find a comfortable position on top of the wardrobe, so he gets to be up high.
Wow.
No, you don't understand. If he's up high, that means only one of the dynamic duo can try to ambush him when they come in. Well, he has insomnia as his thing anyway, so he's mostly just gonna be vibing up there. He doesn't the whole sleep thing is kind of more of a problem for him right now than anything.
Oh god.
Yep.
Do Pokemon with insomnia literally can't sleep? Oh Jesus.
They cannot get the sleep status condition.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess that they can still rest. I just sort of assumed you cannot be made to sleep.
I will say that with this system, those kinds of abilities, you are not immune to it, but you do have you do have a reduced difficulty on resisting.
Okay.
If I remember correctly, if you have insomnia and you use the move rest, that move fails.
It fails, yeah. It literally does cause it to fail.
Yeah.
So if nothing else, Vane will be really great when we're out and about, keeping watch.
Indeed.
They'll be great at that.
Literal
Alright.
watch ribbon.
Over to Squirrel.
And
So
Chomper.
And, well, Chomper's vibing.
He's
Wow.
still
He's
there.
world music.
I can't really hear. I'm just kind of with my eyes closed too. You're gonna have to poke the snoot or something.
Oh, I'll
Funny
poke
is
something.
so-
I mean, what? Sure. Yeah, snoot, yes.
Levani is showing you how to sew. And with the book that you still have from Kazza's room. You
Yes.
are doing a pretty okay job. So let's see. I guess that would be a body. What would be a role for sewing? Body,
Wow.
craft, or maybe mind, soul, maybe? What would be a decent?
I'm good with mind. I'm still saying going with instinct because he had a dot in craft already, so it's kind of something that he doesn't fully understand how he knows this stuff, but he does know it.
Alright.
So mind, instinct, and craft is what I say.
Yep.
Since my character is on, do you guys mind if I head out now? It is pretty late for me.
Sure, go ahead.
Good night, guys.
I don't mind so long as you watch this part of the VOD.
Yeah.
Okay.
Make
All
sure
right.
you watch
Good night,
this
guys.
afterwards. Good
Yeah.
night.
Good night, guys. It was fun.
Night night.
I got
Sneak
4
around
successes.
was fun.
4 successes. That's pretty good. You're taking to this very naturally. And it probably helps that Levani pauses very frequently to make sure that the measurements are correct or that these shorts are shaping up well, making readjustments as needed, and then after things have been measured on you, letting you do the stitching yourself. Showing you how to cut the cloth and always have more than you need, because having less than you need is just terrible. That would mean that means that it would all go to waste rather than having the ability to just trim it down.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
So you are taking to it pretty well. It does have to be very precise though to be comfortable. And then there's all the different types of sewing and how you have to be very exact because it's so easy to start deviating without realizing you're deviating.
Oh, so kind of like how I've got to, for putting the lock together, we got to put it into the right spot.
Oh, you know how to make a lock? Interesting.
I learned that earlier today.
How fun.
His tail is just whipping back and forth.
So, by the end of the day, your pants are done and wearable.
Sweet.
The cape is easier to do. Oops.
What's up?
You've acquired Raharu.
Oh.
That was a quick sleep.
Yeah, did you enjoy your nap, Raharu?
Raharu?
Spooky.
Hello?
Ooh, it's the ghost of Raharu.
There's
You're
a
gonna
different
play
voice just talking to us.
Paz.
I'm guessing that he shut down his computer and it restarted on him or something. But he didn't actually leave Discord, so Discord auto reconnected him.
Prank.
I've had that happen before.
It's the ghost of Raharu.
The ghost of Raharu's past. No, I guess this would be the Raharu's
Past.
present.
Peasant. With a Z.
Bunny,
Anyways.
however,
Anyway, moving on.
does put some measuring tape around Chomper's maw. Just to see.
Regret nothing.
She will leave it there, binding it shut. As the cape is much easier than shorts. However, this is also when she shows Squirrel how to disassemble some clothes. And while this one seems harder to grasp and very curiously nuanced, she starts making pockets out of a lot more cloth than they seem like they should, but then they just sort of shrink down against the coat, or against the cape. The cape now having a few pockets that can hold a lot of stuff inside them.
Squirrel is
And-
going to, in particular...
Otherwise, oh,
Oh,
now part of the cape.
yes. Squirrel is also going to take that gold ribbon and sew it into the inside of the cape. Just 'cause he
give it a
wants it
gold
there.
trim.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a fancy cape with actual gold ribbon.
It's funny that gold ribbon is like worth a lot. Using as decoration. So Squirrel.
I mean, I
Like
bet
I looked at the
that-
stats. It literally is worth like $2,000 or $200. It's all it's for, but it's just being used because Squirrel loves shinies. That's what makes it
Yeah,
even
we
better
were
to
told
me.
it was 2,000, which means that it could pay for like a special scarf or something.
Mm-hmm. Definitely a Squirrel thing.
definitely a squirrel thing. However, who knows? Maybe it'll eventually lead to like a rank on social, or like an extra dot in, or like an equipment dot in social because he looks rich. He must be charismatic.
I mean, to
Nope,
be
just-
fair,
just
the
Cobalt energy.
fact that he's got the shoulder cape as well, just by itself, just, instantly gives him class.
Mm-mm.
Oh yeah, everyone knows that you have to only protect one shoulder to show your high class.
Oh yeah, and anime. Props
Oh,
to
that's him.
Cloudspray.
He must be upper class. He's got one shoulder pauldron.
I'm looking at you, Crom.
Yeah. Oh, must be rich. He's got one shoulder pauldron.
Mm-hmm.
But it is getting late now, and Levani says that you can help her fix Kazza's things later. It's time to close up.
Oh, okay. How much do I owe you for this?
Oh, I'm just setting a tab since you're all part of the same team anyway.
Oh, okay. And he is eagerly putting on his new shorts as well as the bracers, and he's attaching attaching the cape to the pauldron, and he is very happy.
It's very comfy.
He's doing the superhero pose with his fists on his hips.
You don't know where the wind is coming from, but it is billowing your cape nicely, even though there is no wind.
Perfect.
Even Chomper has to look up and give a few claps.
Chomper, you would say something, but a mysterious force is keeping your mouth shut.
I know, right?
So,
Hey,
how do I
where are
look,
you?
Chomper? As he's going over there and booping the nose. He blinks as he notices the fact that his mouth is tied shut, tilting his head.
He's too chill.
How'd your mouth get tied up?
Chomper's way too relaxed to even care. Honestly, it makes him even more calm. They don't have to worry about chewing. They just literally just listen to music and humming.
Oh boy. And Chomper starved that day.
No, that's when he wakes up in the. That's when he wakes up in the middle of the night and goes and eats something.
I was going to say that's when he becomes a ghost type.
Yeah.
Oh no. Just doesn't eat for like 30 minutes, becomes ghost type. That's one
anyways.
way. I mean, the Fucoco energy, right? That happens, so yeah.
Lays down, soul leaves body. The soul is the skeleton.
I didn't have a snack. This is turns to a ghost type, that's it.
Wait, does anyone watch History March here?
I do.
I just want to say, I just imagine Chomper making the History March death sound effect when he doesn't eat.
Oh, History March sound effect. I gotta go listen to that.
Yeah, the History March death sound effect.
Either way, Squirrel is untying Chomper's mouth.
Levani.
Are we eating? Food? I haven't eaten in a while. Also, you look cool. Yeah.
What were you saying, Enja?
The Levani comes and takes back her measuring tape.
Oh, that was yours?
Yeah, mysteriously got on his face.
Huh. Weird.
Yeah. So, anyway, good luck. She closes.
So where are we supposed to go now?
Food.
Wait, where
Let's
did
go.
everybody go?
Walk outside.
Yes,
I try to lead
food.
Squirrel to everybody else in the best way and Chomper way I can, because that's where the food's at. So we're going back to meet back up with the group.
Except the group is somewhere that we don't know where it is.
We literally told you where we were going before we left, and you could ask around for where it is.
Well, yes.
Well, the name Chomper blatant listening.
Chomper was
Yeah,
listening to his headphones, and Squirrel is, well, Squirrel.
Well, thank
Well,
Mother knows as you probably go to her place for dinner.
Yeah, I think that we'd probably go to Kazza's house.
yeah.
Hey, it's a good thing that I thought ahead then, technically.
Yes, you did.
And I was just
Galaxy
trying to be
brain.
courteous.
Then again, we also got food over at the library. And that's where Squirrel's chest is.
Yeah.
The library's also a lot farther away, though.
Well, yes, but Squirrel's got motivation because of his chest.
I have motivation because the mom has food, and we helped. So she did say yes to the food when I asked that one time. And Chomper remembers when anybody says they'll give them food.
True. Okay,
Chomper
two
will
Kazzas.
this. Yep.
Yeah, the Kazzas.
So, as you get to the house, Ciel is on the roof. It seems that he has been banished from the house today.
Squirrel just looks up, kind of glowers at him, and then goes inside.
CL avoids eye contact.
I give a very, very firm punch, and with the new technique of trying to punch through them on the shoulder, just cause that is the dad, right? That we're passing by.
The dad's on the roof.
You see him off the roof.
Oh,
Yeah.
water gun.
Alright, roll it.
Roll that 10 again.
Ah, dang it!
Well, at least you got a 2.
Wasn't honestly trying to kill him or anything. Just wanted to hit him. The intention was just to throw like literally like if you shot a water gun at somebody. Just a bit.
It almost falls short, but it gets him in the leg. Ah! Hey!
No words. Keeps walking inside.
The cadaver
think-
seems nice to see you. Oh, hey, sweetie. What's going on?
I think considering the time, this would probably be the best spot to call it.
Okay.
As much as I want to keep going, well, you know, we're at that 6-hour mark.
Alright.
So,
Makes sense.
thank you everybody for joining us today for Lost in Chaos RAOW. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Mastodon, Patreon, and more there on the website, as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. You all keep this channel alive. I cannot keep this going without you guys helping and supporting. Make sure you subscribe to our YouTube. I'm trying to get to partner over there, but I need your help by subscribing to it. Also, consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It is one of the best ways to support the channel. Also, make sure you go check out my friends who also stream. Chomper here is played by Rex Strider on Twitch here. For those that are watching the recording on YouTube, there will be a link to him down in the description below, as well as for Taldarius, who also streams on occasion. Primarily a lot of Age of games, Age of Mythology, Age of Empires, and other such strategy games. But for now, thank you all so much for joining, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.
Well, bye, everyone.
Dude, keep it rad.
Have a great night. Thank you for stopping by.